Good morning. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of meeting 3 of the Mathematics Curriculum Frameworks and Evaluation Criteria Committee. We are glad to see you again, virtually, of course. Before we get started, I would like Denise to do a roll call.
Eris Spiegler.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Aaron Frazier.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lena Bradshaw.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Rosa Sarator. I don't think she's on yet. Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Cole Sampson.
Here.
Theodore Sagoon.
Here.
Rosa Sarator. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Denise. So thank you for completing the survey yesterday. We are pleased that the results were overwhelmingly positive in terms of the efficiency of yesterday's meeting. We have made a few tweaks, which I will talk to you about briefly. So we will make sure that there's clarity in terms of the vote and the meaning of the vote. So we'll make sure that we have clear language for that. Also, we'll have some additional, ensure that you have sufficient reading time and flexibility in small groups in terms of reading time. So your facilitators will manage that portion in discussions with you. And then finally, we understand that Chapter 8, the 9 through 12 chapter, is our priority. We certainly do want to finish up Chapter 4, but that Chapter 8 really is our priority today. So we will be flexible as needed to allow additional time for that discussion. And so we will keep you posted throughout the day on adjustments as we check in with each of the small groups and also in the whole group consensus as to adjustments needed to the agenda. So thank you again for your work yesterday. We're looking forward to another fabulous day. I'll now turn it over to Jonathan Lee.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director Coates. We have another full day ahead. As Director Coates mentioned, we were able to accomplish a lot yesterday, so members, thank you so much. Please follow along as I review our agenda for today. The day begins with a review of meeting norms and procedures. After the review, we'll get to the first major item of the day, the first read of Chapter 8, the grade 9 through 12 chapters. The small group discussion will take us to 10:45. The committee will take a short break, then begin the consensus discussion until noon, at which time we'll have our lunch break. And as Commissioner Coates or Director Coates mentioned, we will have flexibility so that we can make sure that we get all of our small group work in as well. After lunch, the committee will continue deliberations on Chapter 8, which is grades 9 through 12, until 1:45, at which time we will have our public comment. Next, we'll break out for small groups for discussion of Chapter 4, which is exploring and discovering and reasoning with and about mathematics, followed by a consensus discussion on that same chapter. Once we finish Chapter 4, we will have a review of our meeting, we'll have a preview of our September meeting, and we will adjourn. And again, a brief comment about public comment, which is scheduled for 1:45 this afternoon. Members of the public can view the whole group discussions during the webcast that you're watching now, and you'll be able to access the small groups via Zoom. However, public comment will take place via the telephone line listed on the screen. We will project this slide again at the public comment time. Additionally, if you wish to submit written comments, please use the Math Framework mailbox at the address on the screen. As before, comments received will be provided to the CFCC members and made available to the public, but they will not be read aloud. Again, briefly, I will review the norms for our virtual meetings before we start. I would like to commend you yesterday for following these norms as well. So as a reminder, be present and be focused during the meeting. If your camera is not on, we'll assume you're away. Monitor your airtime. When you're not speaking, leave your microphone muted to alleviate background noise and feedback. Use the raise your hand feature to be recognized, and when voting, wait until acknowledged before putting your card away. Pay attention to your background and lighting as well. Are there any questions about the agenda or meeting norms? Okay, since we have no questions, I will hand it back over to Director Coates.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. So we were going to start our small group first read for Chapter 8, grades 9 through 12. And so we'll conduct the small groups similar to the way that we did yesterday. And to get us started on the review of the chapter, I just want to note that that chapter contains two pathways for your consideration. So you will see the integrated pathway, and then you will also see the traditional pathway. And then I also just wanted to call attention to public comment that was submitted and is in your folder, which proposes an additional pathway for consideration. So that should also be part of your small group discussions. So I'll hand it over to Constantino, who will talk a bit about the first read procedure, and then we'll move into our small groups.
Good morning, everybody. And I would just like to echo the comments that have been shared before me that, yes, we had a great day yesterday. Thank you so much for all of the wonderful work that you did. And so just to prepare us for breaking out into the small groups, again, the process is the same as yesterday. The Chapter 8 is similar to Chapters 1 and 2, and that this is the first time you are receiving these chapters, and this is the first time that we are coming together for your review of your individual recommendations, which you will be seeing for the first time collectively this morning. So once you are in the small groups, you will have time to review and digest those comments. The breakout groups are the same. Here they are on the screen. I'll give you a second just to review what group you are in, and just remember the breakout room number. You will follow the breakout room Zoom link, which will be posted on the slide in just a second. We will once again be inviting members of the public. Members of the public, you're invited to observe the small group proceedings. You may attend any of the rooms that you wish. You do not have to go to the same one you visited yesterday. If you can go to a different one. And you may also move between rooms by exiting the meeting room and joining a different room. You will be allowed into a waiting room first, and then you will be allowed into the meeting room. And again, we respectfully remind members of the public not to interfere in any way with the work of the committee. We welcome you to the small group meetings, but we do reserve the right to protect the work of the committee. So members of the public, you are, again, attending as observers, and please do not use any of the participation keys or speak during the breakout meetings. We are now ready to break out. With the session will go from 9:15 to 10:45 a.m. There are the links, and so we will see everybody in the small groups. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our whole group discussion. I'll now turn it over to Denise to do a roll call for us.
Eris Spiegler,
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino,
Here.
Christina Rubalcava, Christina,
Here.
Crystal Gomez,
Here.
Diane Wilson,
Here.
Erin Fraser,
Here.
Lisa Hogerman,
Here.
Janet Hollister,
Here.
Nina Bradshaw,
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield,
Here.
Lori Fury,
Here.
Lori Firemuth,
Here.
Rebecca Pariso,
Here.
Stephanie Holloway,
Here.
Cole Sampson,
Here.
Theodore Sagum.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Denise. And so before we get started with our whole group discussion, just a few points. I wanted to bring us to State Board Guideline 4E, which states that the CFCC will address the issues related to mathematics instruction in grades 8 and beyond, including suggested courses for both the traditional algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and integrated math 1, 2, 3, high school mathematics pathways. The content of these courses shall be the same regardless of the grade level at which they are taught and applicable to and supportive of non-traditional instruction and learning. So I know there was a lot of conversation in the small groups in terms of pathways and preferred pathways, et cetera. And so we understand that certain pathways may have advantages over other pathways, or there may be some additional support or information we want to provide to districts who are continuing to use a particular pathway. And so we can certainly do that within the framework without stating a preference for the pathway, and simply just because that's a local decision. So we, according to the guidelines, want to ensure that we are including and providing support for both of those pathways, including any additional that we may want to address or include. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Constantino to provide a little bit more information and regarding our whole group discussion.
Thank you, Director Coates. And very briefly, before we turn it over to our co-chairs, I believe the question came up yesterday during whole group, why certain votes were meeting the consensus threshold and why they weren't. So it seemed necessary to clarify that there's no mystery in terms of how we determine if a vote is consensus or not. So it all starts with the number of members present. Yesterday we had 17, today we have 16. So as we have said before, in order to approve a comment through the vote, there has to be plurality of green, and I can live with it, but with more green, more yes, then I can live with it. So to give you sort of the breakdown for today, we have 16 members. We need a plurality of 11 votes, and that would have to be at least 6 yes, a minimum of 6 yes, with 5 I can live with it. So just wanted to clarify that, because I think yesterday that caused a little bit of confusion, and so that is, when we see the votes on the screen, that's what we're looking for. Okay, and so I think we're ready to turn it over to our co-chairs.
There we go. All right, so we are ready to continue with our whole group discussion around Chapter 8. And is there someone who can tell me how many total highlighted items there are?
Can you put that in the Dr. McDonald, do you have that number handy? We have it. We'll get it for you, Diane.
Okay. While we're going to that screen, as before, we'll use green for yes, red for no, and thumbs up for I can live with it. And we have a lunch break scheduled for noon, which means we have an hour and 10 minutes right now. And if there are red comments that were not totally unanimous, we will start with those.
So, Diane, the summary here at the top is 13 yellow comments, 1 red with strike-throughs, and 18 new added comments in Tier 4.
Okay. In that case, we will start with comment number 1. And it looks like that was Erin. Would you like to speak to that one?
So my point on this one was, as I was reading the chapter, it seems largely directed toward organizational structures and not necessarily for the use of teachers. I think there needs to be more guidance in terms of incorporating larger tasks and honoring student work and building on student thinking to build conceptual understanding. And I don't think that that comes across really well because it's kind of separated into the organization. So I really think that there needs to be more illustration of teacher moves and samples of using multi-dimensional student work and how to structure discourse around those and build student thinking. And there's lots of tasks that would work for multiple types of pathways that are recommended. But I think that those vignettes need to be in there because that's really what teachers are wanting as they're reading the framework, especially in the grade level chapters. And I don't think that that's really enough of that there.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the comment or who has a question? If you could raise your hand. Lori.
I think this is more of a clarification question, and I'm sorry, Erin, I don't necessarily mean to piggyback on your comment, but in the directions it said integrated pathway. So I'm assuming, just for clarification purposes, that the MU pathway is, as of right now, the integrated pathway that we are considering. I just wanted clarifications on that.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
All right, any additional comments or questions? I see no hands, so we are voting. If you vote yes, it means this comment will be highlighted green and will go to the writers. If you vote no and that prevails, then it would be you are voting to highlight the comment red and have it not go to the writers. If you vote I can live with it, then it will depend on how many yes and no votes, which way it goes. So could you vote now, please?
We have 13 yes and 3 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Okay, comment number 5, and that was from Nancy Butler-Wolf. So we don't have the originator to speak to it. So I'll let you read that.
I was just saying that is correct, Diane. She is not present.
Are there any questions or comments on this one? Number 5. Cool.
I just know that this was a conversation in our group, and really it was because, not that we disagree with the statement, but in our last meeting they said that there may not have been like the research may not have been done again. So if there is more recent data, please provide it. If not, we understand. Like, so maybe give a little discretion to the writers if it's possible to do that. Was kind of our discussion.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? All right, would you please vote if you want this comment to move ahead to the writers? You would vote yes.
We're waiting on one vote. Okay, we have 11 yes, 2 no, and 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Comment number 7.
That was my comment. And so what I'm trying to get at here is basically have consistency for MU 1, 2, and 3, and really try to provide at least like a reference or a link to a sample task, not necessarily writing them all in detail. So somewhere in the document, just making, I understand if, maybe 1 or 2 were left out, but it's really trying to have something for each of the COIs under MU 1, 2, and 3. A link, a reference, or maybe even a page, towards the end of the at the end of the chapter.
Right, thank you. And Christina.
So I think in our room, one, we wanted clarification about the word all, which you've provided. Thank you. And then I think the second thing, we actually had a discussion in our room with one of the writers that they didn't want to go down that path of fleshing out MU 2 and 3 unless we as a committee felt that that was warranted, because obviously that's a lot of work to flesh out 2 more courses. So it seemed like that could be something provided if we decide to go that way.
Right, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? All right, would you please vote now whether you want this comment to move forward to the writers?
We have 13 yes, and 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
And we will move on to comment number 10. And Lori Freermuth.
Okay. So I think when I read it, and I actually read this part a couple times to try to get myself very clear on what was happening. I don't think there was, maybe just a couple sentences that says, and this came out in our group as well, and I think it's in our tier 4, and Christina, feel free to jump in. I think you had some thought around this too, that it needs to be very clear that the integrated pathway from the 2013 framework is being moved forward, I think is how we thought of it, being pushed even further forward with the new mathematics for understanding pathway. And I think that was not very clear to us. And then the other part of this, and it comes out in several other standards as comments as well, is the link to, like, if we're doing MU1, what standards, what should we be looking at encompassing in that class? That was kind of the second part of it, because it was, the examples were great and they gave standards for the example tasks that they gave. But I'm thinking as someone who might write curriculum or whatever for a district, like what should I include in that courseway? So there was really 2 things going on. One, the clarity that the MU pathway is the new, is the MU pathway, I should say, is the new integrated pathway, and that we need specific standards tied to courses for curriculum writing and curriculum development.
Thank you. And Christina, you had a comment.
Yeah, so to piggyback on what Lori was saying, and I actually kind of think this is tied to comment number 12, which I see coming up. In the framework introduction, I'd like to see it more of an assets-based acknowledgement that many school districts did take a risk and move to an integrated pathway. And so we're acknowledging that they have done that. They've tried to make the change. And we think that can even be strengthened by looking at taking that integrated pathway into a math for understanding. So just the acknowledgement that, yes, school districts have made the move. We want to make it really clear that we appreciate that they are doing that. And here's how we think that could be even better, kind of a thing, versus sort of a more deficit-based approach.
Thank you. And Erin.
So on that same note, and I love the math for understanding pathway that's being suggested. I think it's really a good step in the right direction. However, and again, this also goes a little bit with 12, I think we need to be careful because in 2013, if you think of the history when we first had the integrated versus traditional, there were a lot of districts that opted completely traditional because that's where the resources were. Most districts are driven by the resources that they can acquire. And so if we're saying that the integrated pathway is now being transitioned to math for understanding to push it forward, you have a lot of districts that have moved to an integrated, which they're having success with and have done a lot of work under that we're now saying is going to change completely and those resources are obsolete. And I think that that's going to be frustrating for those districts who have made that change. So that's why I'm saying that we need to make sure that, yes, it's another option and it's pushing the boundaries even further toward change, which we like. But there is the reality that the resources are not going to exist until publishers or research groups start creating those so that districts have that opportunity to move or choose that pathway.
Thank you. And Janet.
So that's where I'm unclear about whether the standards in the grade level are changing or it's just the organization and the way that they're presented. And so I think if the standards are not changing, then that allows that slower change over time. But if the standards are shifting around, that's going to create the problem that Erin is describing. So getting some clarity, leaving this yellow so that we get some clarity about the standards in this new pathway would be helpful.
Thank you. Lori.
Thank you, Erin, for expressing that so eloquently about the resources. So I think that's a concern that I have as well. So this is a question. I too, when I read it, I'm like, wow, this is really cool. To be honest, what a fun way to teach, how to get kids interested. So maybe this is a question, do we also want to leave a caveat in there that the old, for lack of a better word, the 2013 integrated pathway can be developed over time into the MU pathway to give everyone a chance to change? Because I agree exactly what Erin said. If the resources aren't there, it's very difficult to pull districts along. And I'm just going to be honest, especially in the financial situation that many of our districts are finding themselves in right now.
Thank you. Christina.
So I think to support our teachers and our districts in thinking about this, it might be nice, as I mentioned before, more of an assets-based, as resources become available or as publishers start to create more resources, we would love to see them move in this direction. So it's kind of like here's what we would love to see, but yeah, what Lori was saying of allowing some freedom for them to take the time to do it right. I think we could really support them by the language we use in this section where we're laying out these courses, that we understand that resources that aren't available yet, but we think this would be a goal to work toward.
Thank you. And I see no additional hands, so we will vote. Vote yes if you would like this comment to move to the writers, please.
$12 yes, and 4 I can live with it.
Consent.
Comment number 12, and I believe that was Erin.
So pretty much what I've said, but I think that the integrated from 2003 at least is a different organization of the standards of the high school standards that actually makes a lot of sense. And so if we leave it out, again, we're not validating the work that is there. And pathway choice is up to LEAs. And, the CDE has to remain neutral. That's from the 2013 framework. I remember that. But so I think that if we're going to include the traditional from 2013, we should include the integrated from 2013, even though it's not truly integrated. It's a different organization of standards. And that's what we've come to know, where we're really exploring the ties between function and geometry at the linear level for Math 1 and then Math 2 at the quadratic with areas and such. And so I think that needs to be validated and it needs to be included because, again, I think that not only are we going to see frustration from districts and from teachers, but from parents and families that are now like, what? Now they're changing it again? Because we still have parents and families that are against, speaking out against the integrated because it's different than how they learn. So I think we just need to be really careful with that and how we're, the options that we're sending and the messages that we're sending to districts.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, one of the writers, Ben Ford.
Yeah, I just wanted to address this. This is a great conversation, and I think we can build a way to talk about math for understanding as the next evolutionary step in the integrated pathway. We didn't rearrange standards. The standards are taken straight from the standards, which are the California Common Core State Standard pathways. So we have the same linear and exponential focus in Math 1 that's in the integrated 1 standard. So we didn't move standards between grades. So I think we can do it. I think we can legitimately sort of honor the arrangement and the work that's in the 2013 framework that Erin was just talking about in a way that doesn't present a third pathway. I don't think so. So I'm hoping that the CFCC can see its way clear to one integrated pathway, which we're calling Math for Understanding, and the traditional pathway, and not try to put a third one in there.
Thank you. And it looks like, oh, there's one more hand. Erin?
Sorry. So again, my only problem is the resources. And there are some decent, and I think the idea of the larger tasks that incorporate many standards at once is really kind of the idea we're getting at, but that we want to really integrate more the function and geometry standards more so than they are. But I think that there's some programs out there and curriculums that that teachers or districts have moved toward that have attempted to do that. For example, Math Vision Project. So there are some things out there. And so again, I'm thinking that if that integrated pathway, the traditional is included from 2013, but not the integrated, then districts are throwing out what they've already started. And they're going to get the message that those integrated resources that they were using, while, we can get into the weeds on that. I know there's some that aren't great, that's going to be thrown out the window. And so that's really where, until those resources are available, I think that it's just to say that this is where we're moving. And so this other integrated, we're not going to honor anymore. People are going to see that it's missing. And so that, I think, is sending a message when you've got the traditional from 2013, and then we have where we want to move with MU, but then that integrated from 2013 is completely just missing. That is a huge hole for districts that have moved to that, because there's, I think, 68% of the districts in California have now moved to the integrated from 2013, some form of it. Many of them started in a traditional and have moved in the past couple of years. And so that kind of change, it has to be incremental.
Thank you. Lori?
As Erin was speaking and as Dr. Ford was speaking, I'm trying to find kind of maybe middle ground in this in some way to blend this together. So instead of maybe, is there any way to maybe make a blend, or to call out how the math, really call out, like as you're talking about like MU1, that I am one is somehow we're seeing a bringing together of those two ideas so that it is a push forward and not a throwaway. Is that making sense? Like, it's not, we're taking out the integrated and we're putting in the MU. We're taking the IM and we're wanting to push that further. So the districts that have adopted integrated and all this work that's been done and they have all these resources can think of it as, for a while at least, that we're supplementing into our integrated with these big ideas and these big overlapping problems, so that we're moving forward and we're moving towards that, but we're not saying we're throwing this out and this is the new in, because my biggest fear is that teachers will look at that when it comes to voting. Like in our district, we vote and they're gonna just go, well, I'm gonna go right back this way. And the swing is actually gonna be not where we want it to be.
Thank you. Christina, you're next.
So I think sort of what Lori was saying about middle ground, I think part of where I'm finding the gap between kind of where Erin was at and then what Dr. Ford was saying is that it feels like it's laid out, this portion of the framework feels like it's laid out differently. It's pretty theoretical, high level. And I feel like if there was more guidance about how to make practical change and really more examples about how an activity that could combine standards with some specific standards listed, I feel like if there's more practical guidance of implementation, that would help with this issue. Because right now it does feel very different from integrated when I don't think it really is. And it could be that I incorporate a project that encompasses multiple standards that fits in, you know, what I've been doing as this sort of in between while we're waiting for materials to be developed that have these categories of investigation. But I just feel like we're at theory. I would like to see how do we get to practice.
Thank you. And Janet, you're next.
So I just want some clarity because I'm getting a little confused about when I vote for 12, am I voting for 3 pathways, or am I voting for 2 pathways that have an evolution of the integrated pathway? So I was just.
You would be voting to have the comment moved to the writers.
Got it. Okay.
And Joe Buller.
I just wanted to give support to what Laurie and Christina were suggesting. Obviously, we are trying to move the field forward in helping them with integrated pathways, and I totally think that we can put more in about how this is the integrated pathway and how it connects to the previous versions of integrated maths that are out there in California. So great suggestions for how to do that. I think putting out 3 pathways will, as suggested, cause people to default to what they know. So, but I think those are great ideas for helping us.
Right. Thank you. And Erin?
So to Christina's point about the less theoretical and more practical implications, you know, that's one of the things that like the idea of the classrooms that have these larger tests that incorporate multiple standards, the multiple representations, multidimensional student work. I think that if the chapter was more focused on that and how these tests could fit into either of the pathways, but it's the good teaching part. And I think that's really what's lacking. It doesn't come across enough because there's so much on how these pathways, and again, we know that the pathways themselves aren't necessarily really what we care about. We care about that students are learning, you know, getting this conceptual understanding and having these opportunities to honor the work and the knowledge that they have and build on that and to share that with strategies. And I think that message is getting hidden in the idea of we have these pathways that you can choose. I think it needs to be focused on the good teaching practices, these larger tasks, honoring student work, and moving forward with that. And I think like the 5 practices, was that one in this chapter? Or I can't remember now if it was in this chapter or the equity chapter, but it's kind of hidden. And I think more if we call that out a little bit better, I think that that would be more helpful to teachers than having these pathways. And I think that it would cause less anxiety.
All right, thank you. And Stephanie, and then we will see if we're ready to vote.
Just a question on how we're voting. Are we voting for the comment as it is, or are we voting with more clarification? For example, some of the comments that Lori, if you're, I'm sorry, which Lori, what was it? Lori and Christina had mentioned.
Hi, Constantino here. I wanted to add to that as well. I think if the recommendation is going to be amended, it should be amended before the vote.
Erin.
So, I mean, if we amend it to leave it to author's discretion, but there needs to be more of what I think it was it Ben that was saying that, you know, really these are the same organization of standards, just another way, you know, that it's not necessarily chunked the same. I think that's the big idea that we're trying to get away from, is that in 2013, because there weren't resources when districts were trying to change, a lot of curriculums were old traditional curriculums that were chunked differently. And so they're not connected. And so something about the interconnectedness, but it needs to be something for the writer's discretion, but so that that work on the move toward integrated that has already been done, it doesn't seem to be slighted.
Erin, could you give us just a concrete maybe?
So let's just say writer's discretion, but expand on the MU is, or maybe even not call it MU. I don't know if if it is the movement forward of integrated, because it really is the same standards, but really focus on the idea that it's chunked differently, that it's not chunked separately. I know that idea is in there, but maybe flush that out a little bit better.
All right, thank you. So we'll see what it says now. Expand on the movement forward of integrated, focus on how it is chunked differently, not separately. Does that capture?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you. And Brian?
And just, I guess I just wanted to harken back to something that was said that might be useful, as well as just some more call on the writers to provide some more guidance for instruction of integration. Or instruction of integrated, and to make that more explicit, how one teaches integrated in the vignettes and snapshots and so on that are provided. That was something that I heard said that I think certainly we would be open to, if you want to put that here as well.
Dr. Lindemann, are you suggesting adding to the amendment?
I am, maybe with the
for clarification.
Right, into the note, focus on how it is chunked differently, not separately, and some and provides some guidance for teaching in an integrated approach, in the truly integrated fashion that we've gone to great lengths to explain in this chapter what a truly integrated lesson is.
All right. And Erin, that was originally your comment. Are you okay with the entirety of the note at this point?
Yes, thank you, Brian.
All right. And I see no other hands. So if you would please vote for the entire comment number 12, the way it is now, if you would like that to move forward.
We have 15 yes, and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right. Comment number 15. And this was Lisa, I believe this was your comment.
Yes, we had a good discussion about it and some clarification in our small group. What I was getting some clarification on was in this diagram that is actually line 187 and above. There are two pathways that students can choose from, and we got to talking about whether it's the students that are making the choice and the districts that are offering those two pathways, or whether, if, for instance, in my district, it's 14,000 students. We don't have the number of students to actually populate, excuse me, two of those pathways. So it wasn't a type of student. It was, where are those kids, where are the pathways heading to? For instance, you have the statistics and calculus with trig pathway. Is that geared towards a college major in one area? Then you have quantitative reasoning and calculus on another one. And is that geared towards another group of majors at college and university? And then we started thinking of, well, is it then two paths that districts can choose from, and they can decide which way which one to pick for their district? I guess I just needed some clarification in there on what was the purpose of the two pathways, or should we just leave those two pathways and leave it for district discretion as far as what they wanted to choose? That was it.
Thank you. And Christina.
Thank you, Lisa, for clarifying a bit. So I was one of the people who wanted to highlight this yellow, and it was because where it said what type of students, I was a little bit hesitant about that. Sort of felt like putting a label. So as the comment's written, it still says type of students. So I don't know if we want to amend it to clarify where those pathways might lead as far as career, college or career. So kind of what careers might use the pathways, or what college majors might those lead toward, but just rather than saying type of student.
Yeah, I have no problem with changing the wording. In fact, that was one of the comments that came up in the small group. So I'm totally open to that.
Thank you. And Bernadette.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for thinking about that particular diagram as well, and Christina for your comment about type of students. In addition to what you were thinking, I think my thoughts are more of the benefits of the pathways that are provided in this diagram. How might, again, thinking from the district perspective and as a support provider for administrators and teachers, how might we include some descriptions as to how students will be benefiting from these different pathways? I like the idea of the choice, but more so about how those choices are actually benefiting a lot of our kids if they are choosing any of these two, because now they are branching to two in their, I would for now just call it their third year of mathematics, and then from that to another path for their fourth year of math. I'm just calling it that way based off of the diagram. So for the writers, again, to give us a better understanding as to how descriptions of these pathways would benefit a lot of our community, especially our students.
Thank you. And Janet.
So when I look at the proposed change, it says note change of wording from type of students. And so just, I think that I would propose we say something about the purpose of the two MU3 pathways. And for me, it's something about based on student goals, what their post-secondary goals are. So explaining the purpose of the pathways and how they relate to student goals post-secondary.
Thank you. Lisa, that was your initial comment. Are you okay with the changes there?
Yes, I am. In fact, I do like the use of how they would benefit the students from Bernadette. Thank you. And also, Janet, your comments as well. So yeah, no, I'm totally good with all of that.
All right, thank you.
Quick question.
And
I'm sorry. Janet, did you mean secondary or post-secondary?
Post-secondary. So they're 11th graders theoretically, so they're making choices in 11th grade for what they're going to do after high school.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. And I see no other hands, so we will vote if we would like to move that comment forward to the writers, please.
We have 15 yes and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, we will move on to comment 18.
So I feel like this has been taken care of in some of the other comments that we voted on. But I just, to reiterate, felt like it was, again, very theoretical, not as practical with how do you teach it. And so I feel like our discussion on the other 2 comments on this takes care of this issue. So I would be okay withdrawing since I feel like it's been covered.
All right, and is there anyone who objects to having this comment withdrawn? I see no hands. All right, so at the author's request, we will remove number 18.
That would be a strike through, Jen? And we will go on to item number 22.
There we go, number 22. And that comment was from Theo.
Yeah, so I was more or less thinking about this idea of deepening learning or understanding conceptually, because in a lot of spaces, mastery elicits this notion of I've learned it all and I don't need to build on or extend my understanding.
Thank you. Any questions or clarifications, comments? Right. I see no hands, so we can vote whether we want to move number 22 to the writers, please.
We have 7 yes, 2 no, and 7 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
Thank you. And next, comment number 30. Erin, I believe this one is yours.
So it kind of went in line with number 19 that was already struck, but my point being, and I said this earlier, is that I really wish this chapter were more focused on the larger aspects of teaching when you are doing tasks that build conceptual understanding that contain multiple standards, and you're using tasks that build conceptual understanding before procedural computation. Something about, honoring student work and multidimensional approaches and using that in discourse and building that discourse. So the way that it's structured now, there's the MU and some of those tasks are embedded within MU, and then there's traditional at the end with no sample tasks. And I think that further perpetuates the idea that traditional is what it used to be. And it's not moving that forward when we know what is good learning and how the brain works for learning mathematics. And so this kind of went in line with that. I really wish that the chapter focused on these tasks that could be used no matter what pathway it is, but it's honoring these teaching practices that help engage the strategies to help students learn. And then the secondary part, and so I had suggested that it was an appendix, which so that there was the pathways at the end. Like here's the organizational structure of these, but here's what good teaching looks like should be the front and center of what this chapter is about, and how we want these to. We're not doing just a here monkey I do it, you do it, we do it thing. And so I think that needs to be clear, because right now the tasks are integrated and then there's traditional separated, which doesn't give the impression that the same type of teaching is good in the traditional. And it is. You can still do multiple standards and the same types of teaching strategies and honoring student thought and multidimensional and multiple representations in that. And I think that the way it's separated now, it doesn't really show that.
Thank you. And Christina, you had a comment?
Yeah, so my only hesitation was the idea of moving it to an appendix, but I totally agree with Erin. Maybe it would be nice to see an added section to this chapter that's focused on pedagogy, good teaching. That would be a great place to employ some strategies for English learners, students with disabilities. So I would, and it's again back to that practical advice about how do you teach it. So maybe it's a section rather than an appendix where we're talking about good teaching, and then here's how that might be embedded into these different pathways. So my only hesitation was just appendix.
Thank you. And I see, oh, there we go, Lori.
I just want to say that I agree that good teaching needs to also be included with the traditional pathway. And I agree with Christina. When I saw move it to the appendix, I was like, so what would be in the chapter, I guess, was more or less. And I think that now that Erin kind of explained her thinking, maybe we could just amend this that says that, more examples, that you can use the big overarching problems in the traditional pathway as well. Making that connection is what I liked about your comment versus, because when I read it, I was like, she just wants to move it all to the appendix. But now I understand. So I think this maybe amending, if Erin is open to amending this to say that good teaching practices also need to be mentioned or included or connected to the traditional pathway. Is that kind of what you're thinking, Erin?
So yeah, I think really if we can amend this, so I mean, appendix was just because I really want the focus to be on the teaching, the good teaching and the strategies, because really that's what teachers are looking for. The organizational part of integrated versus traditional should kind of be secondary. And so that was my thought, is that, if we have these outlines, if you have these big tasks that can be used in either one, then and showing how those through vignettes, how those work and how teachers can put that into practice in their classroom, then not necessarily an appendix, but maybe that the highlight is, those don't start the chapter and everything's embedded in just the one. So I think have the pathways kind of the secondary at the end, but have that focus be on the learning and teaching.
I would just advocate that we use the word effective instead of good.
Okay, yeah.
And then Dr. Ford.
So can we strike out the appendix though? Because I think that's where everybody was having the issue.
Okay.
And replace it with, or just strike it out? Erin, are you proposing just striking it out completely or replacing it with something?
Yeah, just strike that part. Just strike out the appendix part, because I think the note explains more, captures more of what I was thinking, or what we're really looking for.
Thank you. And then Dr. Ford?
Just from an organizational perspective, the framework for 50 years in the high school section has laid out the arrangement of content for the various options for moving through high school. And I'm a little unclear about how the CFCC wants to handle the difference between the Teaching for Equity and Engagement chapter, which is, I don't want to somehow So I'm trying to figure out where the information about good teaching in high school, and do we want a new section that emphasizes that in the high school chapter, or more reference back to the teaching chapter, to the pedagogy chapter, try to connect the two more? And then on the two different pathways, the MU versus traditional, the integrated versus traditional, I think since we're proposing more of an evolution of the integrated pathway, that needs to have more help in there for curriculum developers and district personnel who are thinking about, okay, what's the next iteration as we move forward? And we already had that discussion about making it a more gradual thing over time. But the traditional pathway hasn't significantly changed in many years, and so I'm not clear that there's much value in rewriting the way that content is arranged in the traditional pathway, though we can shift the focus, as Erin has talked about, to sort of good connected teaching, either via connection back to the teaching chapter or via what that pedagogy looks like in high school specifically section, perhaps, without doing away with the information that's needed for curriculum developers to think about how to move the integrated pathway forward.
Thank you. And Erin, and then Christina.
So yeah, and I agree on that. I think one of the things, though, that because what's there for the traditional pathway right now is just, it hasn't really moved, but I think that there was a misunderstanding, and there still is a misunderstanding, that the traditional pathway is taking one standard at a time. So again, if there are tasks that can exhibit, that would work for both pathways, that would incorporate multiple standards and not just, a teacher showing examples and then students doing a bunch of them and then the context at the end. And I don't think that by taking what we have in the traditional pathway from 2013, it doesn't add anything. I mean, it could just be referred to the 2013 framework and save us some pages. But unless we're going to add to that and maybe make a progression on, okay, if we're still going to use this, then how can you move it forward in terms of the teaching and learning that's happening within that pathway? I don't know how to succinctly put that. I think that, because the way the traditional is, and I totally get that when we're moving forward with MU, we need to have better guidance. And so that was kind of my idea that, yes, we want to move it forward, but again, the thought of really highlighting tasks with how you can incorporate multiple standards into a task and move students forward on those multiple concepts. And I think that guidance is where people are struggling. And again, I don't know that I'm putting this, I don't think I'm really iterating this correctly, but, it's hard to, but I just think that the way it is it seems like the traditional is stuck on as an afterthought, which I'm okay with, quite honestly, but I know that we're supposed to remain neutral. And so the thing is if we're going to move forward with integrated and push the thinking forward, that should be happening within what we're explaining with the traditional also.
Thank you. And Christina.
I think to build what Erin is saying is the portion where the traditional pathway is outlined does feel like kind of a copy and paste. And a comment that I made, and I'm not sure if it's highlighted or not, was I think there's a misconception that we can support people's understanding of traditional pathway. When we hear that word traditional, we think like it used to be. And I know there was a misconception with some like board members and other that integrated means Common Core. Traditional pathway is what came before Common Core. And so I personally would suggest maybe a better lead in to the outline of the traditional pathway that explores that the concept that traditional just means familiar. We're calling for categories of investigation or overarching projects in the traditional pathway as well, with maybe some vignettes of how that might look in an algebra class. So a little, again, a little more updated, a little better lead in to that we're still wanting to push forward with whatever pathway we're on. We want effective teaching. We want connectedness, no matter what subject you're teaching, but we want that connectedness. And I think that that's missing in the lead into the traditional outline.
All right, thank you. And we'll take two more comments, Dr. Bowler and then Bernadette, and then we'll vote after that. And Dr. Bowler, please.
So I understand what people are arguing about how we should make the traditional pathway show good teaching, but one of the things that we really wanted with this framework was to move the state forward in showing students, showing teachers the mathematics that students really need in the 21st century. And to do that, we would outline an exciting, vibrant pathway that would make people interested, and we'd share vignettes, and we'd really help people in moving to that pathway, which I'm sure we all appreciate is the mathematics students should be working on. I worry about making the traditional pathway just as vibrant and interesting and illustrated, because it will give the message that both of these are equally important for kids. So I think that's why we were thinking that we would just repeat the traditional text from the previous framework, but really help teachers with the illustration of the new pathway.
Thank you. And Bernadette?
I think that clarifies what I'm about to ask Diane, but based from Erin has mentioned and Christina, I'm hearing two different things. And so again, clarifying what are we going to be voting, if I'm just reading it from here right now, we are keeping the same thing, an understanding of a depth of an explanation and showcasing math for understanding pathways and traditional pathways, but also adding some strategies to highlight what needs to be done for our high school standards.
All right, thank you. And Erin, you get the last comment.
Okay, so based on what Joe said, because I agree that the whole push forward, but based on our, we have districts that are still stuck on traditional, and in 2013 the committee wanted to go toward the integrated direction, and we can't because of local control and choice. I totally understand that. So maybe is there a way that we could just not have the cut and paste from the 2013 framework, but at the end have something, because if we're really pushing this vibrancy of moving mathematics ahead and pushing that envelope, then maybe just mention at the end that people can refer to the 2013 framework for the organization of standards of a traditional pathway if they're still on that, so that it doesn't just seem, because there's a deep contrast between what's happening there. And quite honestly, we want to focus on moving forward. And so that's really where I'm having the issue, is that the traditional is still there, not moving forward. The integrated from 2013, which was a move forward, even though a lot of publishers have not, or a lot of curriculums have not really truly integrated, is missing. And then we have this new exciting thing. And so that's really where the feel of the chapter. So if we can just change this to less of cut and paste from 2013 on traditional, and maybe cut down the pages devoted to traditional and focus more on the integrated, the good teaching part.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the comment, the way it's displayed on the screen, is what we are voting on. So take just a second to read it so you know how it ended up. And then if you would like to move that comment to the writers, if you would like it to go forward, please vote yes. Otherwise, you can vote no, or I can live with it.
We have 15 no and 1 I can live with it.
We do not have consensus.
All right, we'll move to comment 32, please. And Stephanie, I believe that was yours.
Yeah, so my thoughts on this were centered on other samples and discussions throughout the framework that call out the larger multi-day projects. And I thought to avoid the practice of falling back to a teacher-centered approach in such a short 45-minute time frame, that we can support teachers and demonstrate how to center student thinking by providing a student-centered approach and a snapshot to show how that can be achieved in just a short period of time.
Thank you. And I see no other hands for this comment, so would you please vote whether you would like number 32 to move to the writers, please?
We have 14 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Consent.
All right, comment number 34, and again, that's Nancy Butler-Wolf, who is not here. Christina, you had a comment?
Yeah, so in our group, I clarified what the essential concepts were. So in the chapter, it mentions the NCTM Catalyzing Change for high school book, and it mentions the 41 essential concepts that are listed in that book. And so my best guess is that the comment is asking, can those 41 essential concepts be in this chapter somewhere, maybe towards the end, if people wanted to reference them and learn more about what was included in those?
Thank you. And I see no other hands, so will you please vote if you would like that comment to move to the writers?
We have 14 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, comment number 35 is also from Nancy. And is there anyone who, let's see, Lori.
We talked about this in our group, and as I was reading it, and I know there's going to be multiple edits, and I know that, they follow protocol or whatever, proper documentation, but I kept having to go back within the chapter to go, okay, what is COI again? What is COI again? So maybe I think we were talking about it, and I think it's in our tier 4, that even it's okay to use, the letter, the COI, but maybe every so often, every paragraph, every page, remind everybody what COI is standing for as you work through the document. That it was just a thought.
Thank you. And Lindsay?
And specifically on page 15 on line 386, it says through investigations in this first COI, and it had set it up above the categories of investigation, but I just thought that would be a good place to type out category of investigation and then put in parentheses COI so that we knew what we were referring to as we kept reading.
All right, thank you. And I see no other hands, so if you would please vote whether you would like number 35's comment to move to the writers.
We have 15 yes and 1 I can live with it.
Consent.
Thank you. We'll move to comment number 37.
Yeah, that was my comment. And actually in my group, I had asked for it to be, to strike that one out because it's addressed already in a comment that's moved forward, number 29.
All right, so you are requesting to have that comment removed by strike through. Is there any objection to that? I see no objection. And we will consider comment number 38 from tier 3. a second to read it. And let's see, that comment was from, thought she was here today.
It was from me. I'm here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
My group highlighted this in yellow, and so they were saying that it wasn't very actionable. And so they agreed that the first part, when it says this chapter should connect the 2013 to what's going on, they thought was actionable. And then I listed a bunch of questions and I realized that that's what teachers do, is that you're not going to tell people what to do. You're going to ask them questions. And so I think a lot of this comment is actually connected to what we were talking about when we were talking about 30. It felt very unbalanced between the integrated and the traditional pathway. It was unclear to me whether the integrated was still going forward. That's been clarified for me. And so I think the objection, or some people had comments about all the questions that I had, and I apologize for that teachery move. But I think it was I was trying to capture a lot of what we were talking about in 30.
Okay, and so do you want the comment to remain, or did you want to withdraw it?
Well, 30 didn't go through, I don't think. So I would like to keep it.
All right. Is there anyone who wants to comment on this or has a question? Christina.
So I would just like a little more clarity on that first sentence. So when you say it, maybe a little more specific about what do you mean by connect? What would you like to see? So I know what I'm voting for.
So I think that initially when I read this chapter, I was unclear about how the integrated path was changing. I thought potentially standards were shifting. And so building a bridge from the integrated that is existing now to the new visioning of the integrated pathway, which might have a new name, was one of the things. It felt really jarring. It was what people have been saying, like, oh my gosh, now we went on a limb to do integrated. Now you're going to ask me to do this? Forget it. So building that bridge for people, and also just the imbalance with the traditional pathway, because although people might want to advocate for one pathway or another, if characteristics of investigation are good for one pathway, they need to be good for another. And so how those characteristics of investigation are addressed in both traditional and integrated would be helpful. The cut and paste of the traditional was disconcerting for me.
I will raise my own hand. I feel like this was addressed in our long discussion in comment number 12. So I personally don't see that this one is necessary. Are there any other comments? Bernadette.
And I'm also hearing Janet mentioning that we could ask our writers discretion as to them including guidance as to what MU is going to look like, how those changes or moving of those standards are going to be happening. And then number two, a balance of MU, and I'm using MU now, and traditional in the presentation of standards for this particular section. That's what I'm hearing Janet is also advocating for this particular comment.
So Bernadette, it would be, I'm good with striking out all those questions that I had. And Bernadette, if you could try to restate what you said, because you did that really succinctly.
Thank you, Janet. This is up to writer's discretion to provide guidance as to how the changes in the standards are going to be located based off of the MU pathway. And the second one is also a balance of presentation of MU and traditional, because we would like to see, as what you've mentioned here, COI is only in the MU right now. So I think that COI also exists in the traditional pathway. So I hope we can give our writers to think about as how they could balance that in the presentation of this section.
You did awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet.
Christina, and then Cole, and then Dr. Lindemann.
Okay, so as far as the note, I agree with part one, providing guidance. So making it clear that they haven't moved around standards to make these math for understandings, that it's the integrated pathway and just, again, that bridge. So I totally agree with that part. Part two, I don't feel is clear enough. I know there is a comment that has been put forward to the writers about adding more about what we mean with traditional, and that when we say traditional, we're still asking teachers to move forward, and that comment was put through. But I think based on the writers' feedback, there was some purpose to why they weren't given equal number of pages. So I'm unsure of what the direction actually is. When we say balance, do we mean they need to have an equal number of pages? They need to be aligned the same? So it just, to me, that's still not really clear what we're asking the writers to do here.
So Christina, what could be a good recommendation for that?
I would like to see a stronger introduction to the traditional section. And again, there's a comment that was put through that we need to define what we mean by traditional. And that traditional doesn't mean passively, always teacher-centered learning. So I would like to see a stronger push, for districts that are using the traditional pathway. They should incorporate, teachers should incorporate, tasks that are connected, something to that effect that gives a little more direction of when we mean traditional, we mean the arrangement of the courses and that it's familiar, not that this is business as usual back pre-2013.
Thank you. Cole and then Dr. Lindemann.
So just kind of from like what I'm hearing, this sounds a lot like the conversation we just had on number 30. And we all, a majority of us voted to strike. So I'm just kind of curious, like why we're kind of going around in a circle here again. And I feel like we've already hashed this out as a team, and from what I'm hearing.
All right, thank you. Dr. Lindemann, and then Janet, and then we will vote.
Yeah, I guess I agree with Cole. I think that it sounds like a lot of the same things that we're talking about now again versus kind of a this versus that kind of a scenario. A couple things I guess I just wanted to point out. First of all, they're categories of investigation. They're not characteristics. And the categories of investigation were our attempt at like big ideas, robust ideas, finding a better way, for example. These big ideas that can really house a lot of mathematics within them. So to have them be also then, say, just in a geometry course in which the expectation is that you're staying within the confines of geometry, that silo, I think is problematic for the whole idea of our intent of a category of investigation, where students can draw upon a wealth of their knowledge and the teachers are teaching in that fashion. We really see that as modern, as vibrant, as Joe pointed out earlier, and that's really our intention with that. So to somehow shoehorn that into also the traditional pathway, I just don't think would work out well. And certainly speaking to better teaching, whichever pathway one is in, I think we already have comments and guidance back to us that has already been approved that we would do that, and that's, I think, something that I think makes certainly a lot of sense, because there's a lot of course, great teaching and good teacher moves that one does regardless of what course in particular that you're teaching. So.
All right, thank you. And then Janet, and then we will vote.
Oh, I was just going to say, let's just strike it, but we can vote or we can just strike it.
All right, so the Janet who wrote the comment is suggesting that we strike it. Are there any objections? All right, I see no hands. All right, and with that, it is noon. So are there directions for us before we break for lunch?
Yes, thank you. So we are making good time. So we will break for lunch until 12:45, and we will meet back here in whole group consensus discussion to finish our discussion on this chapter, Chapter 8. So we will see you at 12:45, a few minutes before then to log in to continue this discussion.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. And we are going to have a roll call and then go back into our consensus discussion.
Eris Spiegler.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Mr. Gomez.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Aaron Fraser.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Nina Bradshaw.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lori Firemuth.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Cole Sampson.
Here.
Theodore Sagoon.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll turn over to our co-chairs.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start where we left off. So we finished up with comment 38.
And so we're on to the additions, Lori, in tier 4.
Okay, so I would say that we have already addressed, and anyone in my group that would like to speak up, if you don't feel we have already addressed number 50 when we discussed item 1. So it'd be my recommendation to go ahead and strike through this since we already addressed it. If anyone else is in alpha that objects to that, Christina, okay, I got a thumbs up from you. You agree with that? Okay. So if we could go ahead and just strike number 50. And then I believe we also discussed item number 3 already with the clarification. If people in alpha, if you're okay with striking that as it's already been addressed, if you could give me a thumbs up. Okay, so I'm seeing thumbs up from my group, so we're okay to strike that. And I believe we also addressed item number 7. Is that correct with my group? And so we'll go ahead and strike number 52. And I believe we discussed number 15 as well. Okay, so strike that. Item number 34. I'm sorry, this one is not sticking in my head. Okay, I got thumbs up though, so we're going to go ahead and strike that. Item number 35, I believe we've already addressed as well. That was the COI. Okay. And then what about 56? Christina, this was you. Yes.
So I feel like this is embedded in some of the conversation, so I don't want to belabor the point. And this will be my comment for this and the next one. I just want to close it off by saying, if we believe that the mathematics for understanding pathway is a good goal, it's good for students, and I just want to make it come across in this chapter as an attractive and viable option for districts. So how do I implement?
Okay. Okay. So are you okay then, Christina? Because this was you of striking through number 56. Okay, I'm getting an okay from her. So we'll strike through 56. So I'm going to have to reread this. How would teachers work through this? I think we have talked through 57 group. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so if we can strike through 57. And then there is comment 58. Also would like to emphasize, I don't think we've talked through this piece as much. So if anyone, so we'd like to go ahead and highlight that yellow for discussion. And is there anybody that would like to discuss anything to add or expand on number 58? Okay, Bernadette?
Before moving to 58, could you just scroll down, please, for 57?
Okay.
So we're striking that out because we were saying we already talked about this and our authors are already aware of all our good intentions for this particular section. Am I hearing it right?
Yes.
Okay. Because we have talked about these and we have a lot of details on the 57, and I just would like to reiterate that our authors are really aware of the intentions that we are thinking about in terms of working on this particular section.
Yes, it was my understanding that, and I think it clarified, I can just speak for myself because I brought a lot of this to our group, that I was concerned about the push to MU and away from integrated and what happened at integrated. But the conversation about how MU is the new integrated and they were going to make that much more clear, how to bring those things together. So school districts that were in the integrated and working towards that did not feel like they had to completely start anew. That was my understanding, what the authors understood. And then I know Erin brought up a lot about good teaching and vignettes and clarity. So I'm feeling comfortable that that was discussed. If you're not, we can go back to 57 if you would like, Bernadette.
No, I'm okay, because to again highlight, as we are talking now about supporting our schools and districts and teachers and students, that we have to keep in mind as well that as we are focusing on that, to truly emphasize our support for English learners in this particular section. So to our writers, as you're writing examples and vignettes, that to keep in mind how might this look like in the high school, noting our support for our English learners. And that is my point for 58.
Okay. Christina?
I would just like to tag on to that, not just including in the examples and vignettes support for English language learners in like student conversations, but I'd also like to see sort of the, break open the teacher thinking and of the intentionality of the decisions they made, maybe even prior to the task. So a little bit of that teacher thought process in how to address the needs of their diverse learners.
Okay, Janet?
Just as I was reading that, I think that's fantastic. And I wonder if we also want to call out students with learning disabilities.
Okay.
That's a question for the group.
I don't, knowing this group, I don't think they would have a problem with that being included in there.
Thank you,
And
Shannon.
that part is also in the guidelines as well.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so Janet, you don't want to speak again. Your hand's still up, so I just want to make sure. Okay, Dr. Lindeman.
So this is wonderful, and I think that this would be great to include all of this. But I do have a question, and that is, I mean, something that the writing team has wrestled with is how much of a one-stop shop each of these chapters is. And so we would really include this, but I just want to point out that this is the first of the grade banded chapters. So if we are to include kind of good teaching practices at the high school level, we would want to align it with the pedagogy chapter, but also there will be I would propose a similar structure for the other grade banded chapters as well. But again, we just want to make sure those things are in alignment.
Yes, I would think, I'm seeing lots of nods that yes, that would be a good idea. Okay, Lori Fury.
Thank you. It's been really great hearing the thoughts about this particular item, and I'd like to add that specifics like sentence starters or sentence frames within a vignette or a snapshot would be very beneficial throughout.
Okay, so maybe we could add that, e.g., for example, right? For example, sentence starters. Sorry, learn my sentence starters. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Any other conversation? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. A yes vote means this goes forward to the writers. A no vote means it is eliminated.
We have 16 yes.
Okay, the item is consented unanimously.
Okay, beta, number 59. CG. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Crystal, would you like to address this?
Sure. So as I was reading through the chapter, I didn't see a whole lot of citing or talk about the idea of concrete to representational to abstract as we are going through. A lot of it's been addressed with the previous item that we want to see more of the scaffolding for diverse learners, but I just felt like there needs to still be some citing of that concrete at the high school level that, in my experience, has been tend to be left out, and many teachers go to the abstract. So I would want to support our teachers in giving them examples throughout this where appropriate, so where the authors felt that it would be best to fit.
Okay. Any other hands? Okay, Theo?
Yeah, I suppose to piggyback off of that idea, maybe looking for spaces where we can elicit this idea that there could be a range of strategies, and being very thoughtful about that, because you can't necessarily do that for every single example, right?
Yeah. Okay. Is there, Theo, so is there anything you'd like to add to this comment, or was that just a comment in general?
I think it was more or less just a comment in general.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Any other hands? Okay, seeing none, we're going to vote yes, that we want to push this forward. No, that we do not.
We have one vote outstanding. Okay, we have 15 yes and 1 I can live with it.
So we have consensus. Next, number 60.
Cole, I believe this is yours.
Yeah, and it's just as I was reading through the chapter again yesterday, I was taking a special note to the IQC guidelines, and I didn't see any actual mention of the Placement Act inside of the high school chapter. And so as a group, we kind of thought that it might fit best in this transition to 8th grade, from my 8th grade to high school place. It might be a good place to talk about that and call out the Placement Act.
Okay, Janet.
So I'll say as you begin to read the beginning of that section, it says many students who finish middle school are not actually prepared to succeed in high school. And part of the Math Placement Act is about making sure that we fully understand who's ready and some of the discrimination that's gone on in 9th grade placement. So that's where we thought that would be a great place to add it in.
Okay.
Because,
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
It's line 82.
Okay. So a vote yes is to push that idea forward. A vote no is to eliminate it.
We have 13 yes, 14 yes, and 2 I can live with it.
Okay, the item is consented. Item number 61.
Cole, I believe you're back on.
So similarly to the one above, this actually calls out 7B, the Algebra Instruction Statute, AB 220. And we are thinking that this could be called out the language in the guidance, or excuse me, in the right where it's starting to intro the different pathways and talking about how those pathways will actually suffice or meet the expectation of that statute.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Christina?
I just want to clarify line number. Do you mean before it goes into the section on exclusionary math at line 192 or in that section?
Yeah, so we had just said it started, I think it even says in the pathways portion somewhere in there. Just at author's discretion, but just it needs to be included in that thinking somewhere.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So we're going to vote to move that forward. I believe they're just going to say where it fits best about line 192. So a vote yes is to push that forward. A vote no is to eliminate it.
We have one vote outstanding. Okay, we have 13 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Okay, the item is consented. We'll move on to item number 62.
Okay, Lena?
Yeah, just somewhere in this chapter as well, AB 166, the statute dealing with financial literacy, to put a reference back to chapter 5 in some way. Just so it's included here as well, as since this is getting into grades 9 through 12.
Okay, Jen is typing right now. Does that suffice as to what you are thinking? Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments on this? Okay, if we can go ahead and vote if we'd like to move that forward or not, I should say.
We have 13 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Okay, so the item is consented. We'll move on to number 63.
Cole, I believe you're back on.
And so again, this was just kind of like as we were reading and discussing all those great elements of math mindset we talked about yesterday in chapter 1 and 2. It'd be really great if some of those elements could come across in this chapter, specifically focused on 9 through 12 and giving teachers guidance on how to build that with their students.
Okay, so I'm just gonna reiterate just for my own mind. So you're asking that there be some discussion of growth mindset in the high school chapter?
Yes.
Okay. And at writer's discretion as to where it would fit best?
Correct. That's my interpretation, but yeah.
Okay. Any other? People? Nope. Okay, so we're going to vote whether we want that to go ahead and move forward.
We have one vote outstanding. Member Lena Bradshaw, if you would like to cast your vote, please. Okay, we have 10 yes and 6 I can live with it.
Okay, the item is consented. We'll move on to the next item.
Okay, so I don't believe there's actually a 64. So we're going to go, well, now there is. 64. This does not have, so Delta Group, you did not put initials there. Oh, at the end, sorry.
Okay. I think we already took care of this when we sort of rewrote item 15. So I would like to start. It was already taken earlier.
Okay. So is there any objection to striking this, particularly from Delta Group? Sorry, every time I say Delta Group, I think of a helicopter hovering above like a building and men jumping off and sorry. All right, there's a little levity to this. Okay, so so seeing no objections, we'll go ahead and strike that off. So going to 65. I believe that's Aaron.
Okay, so this one there, and I think it was either Jonathan or Shanine had mentioned that there was public comment that had an alternative pathway. It not necessarily was an alternative pathway, however, it was from the California Math Ed Collaborative that was submitted through public comment, written public comment. They had a diagram there. Basically, it brought to attention the discussions that have been going around the mathematics community, at least, probably the last 5 to 6 years, more recently. However, the discussion that there are some, maybe some things in the pathways that are standards that are content standards that are obsolete for certain students in terms of what they need to, in terms of mathematics. For example, there's a lot of things in the Algebra 2, Math 3 standards that aren't necessarily things that all kids need. And so their diagram basically shows an option that they'd like considered where all high school students need to be taking the first 2 years of high school math, so either algebra, geometry, or IM1, IM2, and then have the option to take a pathway at the level 3, so like statistics and 2 years worth of statistics, or data science, or 2 years worth of quantitative reasoning, or the calculus type thing. So that was kind of the idea there, and that's something that's been floating around. And so I'm wondering if that needs to be something that is discussed at some point in the framework, that there is these ideas that we need to be reforming what's happening within the high school mathematics and the tracks that we have.
Okay. Christina?
I just want to add on to that idea is sort of in alignment with the Catalyzing Change high school, where they said at least 2 years of a common shared pathway, and then to have options for students after that that want to specialize. So I'm just wanted to reiterate that that does follow that guidance that's in the framework, but I don't know how we flesh that out here. If we say, here's one sample pathway, there, you know, there are others. I don't know where we put it, but.
Did anybody read it in the frameworks? Because I've read so much lately, I don't know if I'm remembering it being in the chapter or it was somewhere else that I read it. So you're just so the action would be to somewhere in either in this chapter to allude to other pathways other than IM1, or MU1, MU2, MU3, and algebra, geometry, algebra 2 for all.
Yeah, and I don't know if pathways is the right term. And, the more of discussion we've had today, I think pathways is kind of throwing a big wrench into everything. I really do. I think, when we're talking about standards in terms of what level of mathematics that all students are required to do before that they can delve into more of a conceptual pathway that better serves their goals. And so it's that reform part. And so I don't know if pathways is the right word. And the more we discuss this, the more I think pathways is just really screwing up what we're really thinking and how we're describing it.
Course options?
Yeah. So I think there needs to be discussion about that, though, because there's still so many schools and districts and families that, kids have to go math 1, math 2, math 3, and keep that calculus track. And so I know it comes up a little bit, but I think to give the okay to districts and publishers to have those alternative types of branching off starting at the third year of high school.
Okay, Janet, and then Lena.
So I just want to say I had tried to look at that document earlier this morning or something. There appears to be a new graphic in there that is much easier to understand. And so to build off of what Erin was saying, it looks like there is a pathway until grade 10. And grade 11 is where there's more of it's not pathways, but I just wanted to let people know that there is something that is more clear than that had been in there before.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say, I would like, I do this pathway that's shown, or this pathway or this graphic that's shown. It would be nice to have something like that incorporated into our document. I think if we're talking, because right now it's still calculus heavy, even with the MU pathway, it's saying we've got to get to calculus. And what I like about this graphic is it's saying it's okay, not, we don't have to, everyone doesn't, why are we rushing to get to calculus? Let's look at what student interests are in and what careers they're interested in. This would just give more credibility, I think, to local districts, again, to be able to say, let's think differently about what we're doing. Because right now with the MU and the traditional pathway, I just keep wondering about this traditional pathway. I mean, I know it's something we have to consider per the guidelines, but I keep asking myself, why are we looking at an antiquated pathway when that pathway was developed for the needs in the 1800s, maybe early 20th century? So I don't know if that's, I mean, we may not be able to change it this round, but I think moving forward, we really need to think about if we're trying to go with best practices and really 21st century teaching and learning, that traditional pathway does not lend itself to it whatsoever, just in terms of how it was built.
Okay, so we're thinking on I'm just trying to make sure we have action there, is that we'd like to include that. If it's okay, I'm going to go ahead and Dr. Ford speak first to hear what he is thinking.
Well, two things. First of all, if you can point to anything in the document that you read, there's still a push to calculus, it would be great to know, because that is absolutely not what we intended in writing it. And the graphic that's on line 187 is our much obviously simpler line art version of a graphic of the pathways that Math for Understanding would lead to, and it's similar in many ways to the one that was submitted in public comment, although frankly I found ours easier to understand. But so it's a similar common first two courses branching at 11th grade. Ours leaves more option for choices between 11th and 12th grades, whereas the public comment one has you locked in to a sequence, 11th and 12th grade sequence. So any feedback on that sort of design of student pathways or course sequences, or whatever word you want to use, would be helpful too. But if there are places where you think it comes across as everybody's got to get to calculus, point those out, because it certainly wasn't our intent.
Okay.
Hello, I'm so sorry. This is Pam with the State Board staff. Just really want to highlight just some thoughts. First of all, going back to the State Board guidelines, we really need to make sure that we're showing equity between the integrated and the traditional pathway. And I came from one of those districts that opted for the traditional pathway to be competitive with local other LEAs. And this third pathway option, or course sequence, whatever you prefer to call it, would work nicely. Something else to consider is your CTE pathways, and someone spoke to that a little bit earlier. There are integrated STEM type courses that would work nicely both with the traditional and the integrated pathways. And so I really, just because of the State Board guidelines, I want to try, and Shanine did this a little earlier, to redirect you back to, it is very important that we have equity with both of these pathways, not favoring one over the other, and make sure that both are updated so that all the students in California, whether they are in an LEA that has an integrated pathway or one that has chosen the traditional pathway, have access to the new Common Core standards. So that's my 2 cents, but I really felt like I needed to jump in at this juncture and provide, to bring us back to that State Board guideline. Thank you so much, and I'm so enjoying this dialogue.
Thank you. State Board Member Rucker, if you'd like to speak now.
Sure. I also wanted to support what Pam just stated. It's important that we remember what your charge is in developing this framework. You're going to be recommending the content of this framework to the board. And as the liaison to this framework committee, I'm going to be charged with explaining to the board what it is you were trying to do. So I want to remind you what the legislature and the guidelines from the board are asking you to do in developing this draft. This is guidance for districts. This is not the district decision that you're making. It's not the district mandate that you're making. And we're not trying to solve the last problem with the last math adoption. As Dr. Bowler said earlier today, we are trying to define what it means to look at teaching and learning of math. And we are trying to create options for and multiple pathways for districts to choose in walking into the framework and looking at the guidance on how they want to implement this guidance. This year, probably more than any, we are painfully aware of what the issues are concerning students who have particular needs, whether we're talking about English learners, students with disabilities, or students who are already behind because of equity and access issues. And you all have been quite mindful in looking at the vignettes and the scenarios to try to address and draw out what the teaching circumstance would look like and what the learning interaction is. But in responding to courses and the course sequence and what the pathways look like, we cannot bias what the state's methods are or the state's recommendations are in this framework. And it's very important that it stays equal without a lean-to or a balance or even expressing a preference saying, you can do whatever you want, but this is the better way to go. Because I have to explain to the board, if you choose to show that bias, why that bias is there. And because there are 11 individual voices and opinions, not only about math, but about teaching and learning in California on that board, they may not agree with the bias that I'm hearing you expressing right now. So it's very important, as Pam said, and I want to remind you, it's your responsibility and the explicit charge from the board for you all to look at and try to create an explanation about options and equally present the information and the guidance to districts about the options they have without showing or sharing a bias. It may solve the problem in your district and in the context you understand for the instruction in your district, but I need to remind you, California is a very big state, a very diverse state, and teaching and learning in a lot of districts in our state do not look like any of the experiences that I'm hearing about from the folks who are sitting on this panel. And there's a lot of diversity on this panel, but it still does not reflect the broad, very broad diversity in this state. So my advice is to stay on the pathway of keeping it broad and keeping it balanced.
Thank you, State Board Member Rucker. Christina and then Erin.
So based on that feedback, I would suggest for this comment to maybe add in on page 9 where the kind of line art drawings of possible pathways are there. Something that says, see end of chapter for additional options, where we might include what it would look like to go from an Algebra 1 geometry to a data science, or where we would include some more options that are similar to the public comment suggestion. That might also alleviate the push to calculus idea. My only comment on that, I know Dr. Ford asked about if we see a bias towards calculus, to let him know. I think sometimes when people see Math 3, even though it says data science, Math 3 in the mind might still conjure up something that has a lot more of a pre-calculus type focus. So when you see Math 3 data science and Math 3 functions and modeling, it might not be clear how those are different and providing a pathway that's different from calculus.
Okay, Erin.
So responding to all of that, and what Christina just said was kind of the gist that I was thinking also, but looking at that diagram on page 9, when we have the math for understanding pathways, even when it branches off, then fourth courses eventually lead to calculus. And then when you're looking at the traditional pathway, it's just straight up pre-calculus to calculus. And so it does give that impression of that calculus, even though that's not what we're saying. That's what the diagrams imply. So that idea of having, basically this public comment basically suggests the first 2 years. So either integrated 1-2 or math for understanding 1-2, and then more choice at third and fourth years, but keeping kids in for all 4 years. And then, or there's the Algebra 1 geometry, and then the choice at the third year, so that it needs to be equally represented, that those ideas can happen on either way they choose to integrate the standards or traditionalize the standards for the first 2 years. And I think that point is really what's missing, because it's that idea that we have all these, the CTE, the data science, we have kids that aren't going to need calculus or need some of the obsolete standards that we have in Algebra 2, Math 3, and so that there's these other opportunities that districts can start making so that they're not tied to the way we've done it in the past.
Okay, Dr. Bowler.
Thank you. I think this decision about how we present different options is very important. And I just want to say I'm concerned that the idea of us saying that a integrated new pathway is a bias because it conflicts with our directive to consider equity. And when we're putting out these new pathways, we're putting them out because they're pathways that will bring in more students, will give a more equitable future to students in California. We know that the current pathways, particularly the push to calculus, is deeply inequitable and has served to keep out students of color and girls for generations now. And so it's a little bit hard to have the equity mission that we've been given, but also not to say that certain pathways are going to be more equitable for students. I apologize, I have to run to teach class now, but I just wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Janet will be our last comment, and then we'll move to a vote.
So just trying to build on what Dr. Bowler just said, that's where my question was, is the algebra, geometry, algebra pathway also going to get a makeover? Is it also going to have those COIs? And so I feel like they could also have it, but maybe not.
So listening to what was just said and thinking about what's on the comment, so we want to ensure that somewhere in the chapter, I'm just reading, ensure that where the chapter include further information about course options. I think maybe we need to add at the back of that for both the MU pathway and the traditional pathway, so that even if you are doing algebra geometry, you also have the options of branching off after that. So it's not an either or, it's an either or, you can do either way.
I think we need to include something about third, fourth year branching off.
Okay, course options for in the third or fourth year.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're just going to go ahead and vote and see where we are right now. So yes, if you'd like to push this through to the writers. No, if you would like to eliminate this.
We have 7 yes, 4 no, and 4 I can live with it.
Okay, so that is a consensus.
Okay, number 66. Would anyone in Delta like to speak to this? Or sorry, Diane, this is you.
Yep. Yeah, that one was mine. Just because in our district, one of the big challenges we're facing is students who end Math 3, teachers of courses higher than that, recognize that students are coming with much more conceptual understanding than they've ever had in the past. But what they're missing is the procedural knowledge that is really, truly valued in AP Calculus. And so we have had no luck at all in selling the idea that you can go from Math 3 to Calculus, because they really use pre-cal as that place to teach those procedural skills. And so I found the pathways on line 187 for math understanding very interesting, but I did not understand how the pre-calculus standards are included in the Math for Understanding 1, 2, and 3, so that students can go straight from whichever Math 3 course to a calculus course. And so I was hoping for more clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. Christina and then Janet.
Building off experience I had teaching this course from my district, where the students were going to calculus directly after, it almost feels to me like the the Math for Understanding 3 function, it almost should be functions, modeling, and trigonometry, because I felt like those were the skills that as a teacher I had to build in some more instruction around, where the trigonometry to get from conceptual understanding and background to application and to procedural fluency. So I feel like that's the piece that seems to be missing for me, to have that preparation to move right into calculus.
Okay, Janet?
So I think comment 20 already went through, which was please clarify how or why the MU pathway does not require students to take pre-calculus, and then some other stuff, which I think it's the same comment that's being listed down below. And 20 is already through.
Okay.
You're right. Thank you. In that case, we could remove mine.
And I can just speak from conversations that our district has with our local community college about the procedural skill issue as well. So I don't have the answer for that, but that is a conversation. All right, number 67.
So I just had noticed that several of the examples were from illustrative mathematics throughout the MU portion in there, and illustrative is a traditional pathway text. And so there are other open educational resources that have good tasks that could be included. And just off the top of my head, the page 18, which was the dot growth problem, Math Vision Project MVP has a lot of those, but also that could be fleshed out to include more of the multiple representations, the visual, connecting to finding the recursive and explicit and how those connect, which I think a lot of teachers struggle with. So I think that just including some task examples from other places besides just illustrative, it kind of highlights illustrative as the place to go when they don't have a integrated like curriculum. So I think it's a little misleading.
Okay, and I believe Math Vision Project is also a free resource. Isn't that correct, Erin? Okay, I'm getting the nod. Okay, Christina?
Yeah, so just to build on that, I would say I would like to see, we've already discussed the need for more vignettes and teacher knowledge. I would like to see a blend of tasks that have a context given versus the more mathematical context of something like a growing pattern. So just sort of keeping those two in tension when you're looking for this guidance for other resources. And my guess is the illustrative mathematics tasks that were referenced here are not from the curriculum, but they're rather, because they used to be a site that put forward open tasks before they got into the curriculum game. So.
Okay, Dr. Lindemann?
Could I just make a request that some of the specifics that Erin has mentioned, such as the Math Vision, be included in the comment? Or if there are other resources in particular that the CFCC feels like we would want mentioned in the chapter, that would be great.
Okay. So we have the Math Vision Project. Did anybody want to raise their hand and give a shout out to another resource that they might like to see referenced?
And Laura, you can also note that we can send those to the Math Framework mailbox, and we will pass those on to the writers as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so any other comment on 67?
I was just going to also say that the Math Assessment Project has tasks as well that are free.
Is that Mars?
It's the Math Shell map.
Okay, map. Okay. I'm going to write that down for myself. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat what that was?
It says Math Shell, but it's actually the Math Assessment Project, MAP.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other comments? So if you think of anything else that you would like to include, as Jonathan stated, you can submit those through the Math Frameworks email. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on 67, whether we'd like it to go ahead and move forward.
We have 15 yes and 1 I can.
Okay, the item is consented 15-1.
Is that it, or is there a 68? No. So folks, I believe we actually ended on time. Sorry, my other computer's up above me. That's why if you see me look up, I'm looking at my screen that has all the documents open on it at the same time. So Jonathan, do you want to go ahead and give us direction from here?
Excellent. Thank you, co-chairs and members. So now what we have is we have 10 minutes, about 9 minutes until public comment. So we'll just give you a bit of a stretch break. And if you'd like to just start previewing the chapter 4 that you have, you can do that as well. But we'll meet right back here at 1:45 for public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back. We will next go to our public comment. Members of the public are encouraged to make your comments by calling the number on the screen. Once you're connected, we will acknowledge the commenters in order in which they were called. You will have 2 minutes for your comment, at which time we will announce time and move to the next person. As always, please follow the rules of decorum and respect. You may also submit your comments in writing to the Math Framework mailbox at the address shown here. Before we start, we're going to have a roll call, and then we will go to our public comment.
Harris Spiegler.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Erin Fraser.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lena Bradshaw.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Cole Sampson.
Here.
Theodore Sagun.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for our public comment.
Caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lieberman. I'm the director of the State Education and Environment Roundtable, and I have a couple of quick comments I'd like to make. Both of them are connected to comments that committee member Bradshaw has already made, with one addition. So on Global Comment 26, it suggests that the labeling of examples that connect to the NGSS framework and possibly the environmental principles and concepts. And I just want to offer, as I think the writers and committee may know already, that I'm willing to take on that task, as I've done it for the science framework, the history, social science framework, the health, and the visual and performing arts framework. And in fact, I submitted some comments related to Chapter 8 already, and they're in your public comment folder. So I'll be helping with that if I can. The second was another comment she made. Hers is labeled number 62. Obviously, mine's different. But she suggested adding guidance to students about financial literacy. And I'd like to point out that Senate Bill 720 really also calls for a similar level of inclusion related to environmental literacy, as do the guidelines from the state board. And so there are possibilities for looking at the issue before high school and during high school, and making connections to both the modeling and data science chapters, as well as several of these grade level chapters. Again, happy to help with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you can begin.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Rachel Ruffalo. I'm Director of Educator Engagement with the Education Trust West. Yesterday, I delivered a few comments about Chapters 1 and 2. My comments today are specific to Chapter 8. While the introduction, Chapter 1, suggests that guidance related to equity and access will be integrated throughout each chapter of the framework, Chapter 8 in its current form has room for growth to meet the standard. For example, we recommend the incorporation of the ELD standards and related strategies under each of the CCSFM clusters of emphasis and COIs. The practices highlighted in the presentation yesterday about integrated ELD present essential practices for expanding access to the content that would benefit not only English learners, but many students who are developing their language proficiency. Scaffolding for language is essential for meaningful access, and teachers, curriculum developers, and professional development providers need explicit guidance about the instructional shifts and teacher moves that are required at all grade level bands. To this point, it was gratifying to hear a few comments from committee members today calling for the inclusion of ELs and vignettes and examples of integrated ELD in this chapter. We wish to amplify those comments. We also recommend resources developed and curated by the English Learner Success Forum as helpful resources. I would like to thank the committees, the writers, and the CDE team for your consideration of our written and oral comments. We aim to be valuable partners and resources in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, committee members. This is Manuel Buenrostro from Californians Together. Thanks again for the opportunity to provide public comment. I was able to do public comment yesterday, and today I'm going to focus mostly on highlighting a few of the comments that we heard from previous callers and also from the committee as the discussion progressed on Chapter 8. We are definitely glad to see the discussion to include vignettes and examples that meet the needs of English learners. Definitely love the idea of incorporating strategies such as sentence frames and looking at other strategies that can meet their needs. We definitely also appreciate the discussion to include more vignettes that are culturally relevant to the experiences of California students and also address differentiation for different students. We think that within all the vignettes, there's opportunities to offer strategies for differentiation so that we don't assume that all students are operating at grade level, but that we offer differentiation to meet their needs and make sure that they're all assessing the content. I also want to highlight the need to incorporate the ELD standards within the COEs and the clusters. There's definitely a lot of opportunities that we noticed as we read the chapters to add relevant ELD standards and strategies throughout those chapters as well. And as was previously mentioned, the English Learner Success Forum has great resources for that. We also appreciate some of the conversations that we heard about the math placement legislation within Chapter 8 and also within the Equity Chapter. We know that math placement is an important issue. It's something that has impacted students of color and English learners and opportunities that they're provided within math. So we thank you again for the opportunity to be engaged in this process, and thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comments. I'll hand it over to Costantino Silva.
Thank you, Jonathan. And committee members, before we break into a small group again for Chapter 4, just want to say we're in the home stretch. Good job, everybody. I think we're all very pleased with the way the process has played out, and we're just very gratified to see the work of the co-chairs and the work of every single committee member in ensuring that we have an efficient and effective meeting that allows you to have rich and robust dialogue. So we're very pleased by that. And so just in terms of an introduction to how Chapter 4 is going to proceed. Chapter 4, of course, is a bit more complex. It's different in that you already started this work at the last meeting, and you got through some of the comments at the last meeting, but the complexity is you didn't get through all of them. And so in designing the afternoon so that it would be the most effective as possible, we asked you to prioritize your comments that you want to discuss. And so you submitted those comments to us with the markings that inform us which are your highest priority comments. And so we will begin in the small groups by continuing to clear the way, if you will, to clear the way for your discussions on those items that you have already signaled you really want to discuss. And so we're going to be doing some work with our facilitators to get through those comments that you have identified as, no, you probably don't want to spend your time on them in discussion. So we're going to get through those, mark them as consented for removal, and then we're going to give you some time to look at Section 2 a little more. Section 2 of the comments from last time is the section that you did not complete. If you recall, Section 1 was comments 1 through 126, where you had 74 highlighted comments, right? And so Section 2 was comments 127 to 178. We still want to hear from you which of those comments you want to elevate for priority in the discussion session. So again, our facilitators will be working with you through this process, and we will give you a little bit of time again to read the comments in their entirety, but get right into that work of determining which ones you do want to spend your time on in the discussion. But just know we do have until 4:50. Our session is scheduled to end at 4:50. And so it is possible that some of those items that you had highlighted for discussion that we may not get to because of time. So just know that, but hopefully this process will allow you to get to as many of those items that you do want to discuss as possible. So with that, we will now go to the small groups, and here again are the groups, which you already know, and here is the information for the login. So we'll see you in the small groups. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like we are ready to begin. Denise, will you please provide roll call?
Eris Spiegler.
Here.
Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Ellen Frazier.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Nina Bradshaw.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Will Sampson.
Here.
Fedor Segun.
Here.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, so before we turn it back over to our co-chairs, and I believe Diane will be leading this session, I just want to reiterate the purpose for our work this afternoon. So during the committee's first session of work at the last meeting, you did not get through all of the comments. You got through 126 of 187. So of those 126, 74 items were highlighted for discussion. And a whole section that you still hadn't gotten to, we still needed to see what items you might want to discuss there. So in an effort to elevate from that high volume of comments, your highest priority for discussion at this meeting, because our time is limited, we asked you to highlight and mark 2 sets of comments. Of those yellow comments that you had already said you wanted to highlight for discussion, we wanted to hear from you which ones were your highest priority. And those became the pink ones. That's what you're going to start with, because you have told us that's what we want to make sure we discuss. We do not wish to end this meeting without having had an opportunity to tackle those highest priority comments. So that's what we're going to begin with. The co-chairs are going to go through those items that were highlighted pink because of the high priority, and we're going to work until 4:50. Hopefully we will get through all of the highest priority comments. In that event, we will move on to those red comments that did not have consensus in the small group, because those will be eliminated from the consensus document that will go to the writers. And time permitting, there would be time for additional discussion on the remaining yellow comments. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that before we begin, and make sure that you understood that right now we are addressing the highest priorities comments as identified by the committee. Okay, and with that, I will turn it over to Diane.
All right, thank you. So hopefully everybody can see the shared screen. So the first comment highlighted in pink is comment number 1. And since we do have, even with pink comments, there are a lot to get through. If you agree that that comment should go forward, then we can probably just ask you not to speak. If you are dead set against it, if you would be a no vote, then we definitely need to hear from you. And then at that point, maybe if anyone wants to reply and give their reasoning, we can do that. But in an effort to get this done, we think it would be best, meaning me mostly, if you refrain from just saying, I agree. Okay. And let me get my participant window open. All right. And Theo, looks like you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think the last idea that we shared in our small group was just that idea of maybe even lumping some of these ideas together. So one is actually an opportune time to bring this up, because 1, 8, and I think it was 109 were similar ideas.
Right. So is there anyone who does not understand comment 1 or comment 8, which on this document we can't quite see? Thank you. All right. Since there are no hands on that, since we can see 1 and 8 here, let's vote on them one at a time, and then we'll go back to 4 and 5. So if we could see, oops, that was just on my screen. All right, so if you are in favor of moving comment 1 to the writers, could you please vote with a yes? Otherwise, you would vote no, or I can live with it.
We have 12 yes and 4 I can live with it.
We have consent.
All right, and then we will vote on number 8 because it's much the same thing. And then you said 109, right, Theo?
Yes.
All right, if we could see number 8, please. There we go. All right, is there anyone who is not in favor with this going forward who would like to speak to it? I see no hands, so we're going to vote on number 8 regarding number talks. A yes vote means it goes to the writers.
We're waiting for one vote. We have 15 yes and 1 I can live with it.
We have consensus.
All right, and then I don't know who's controlling that, but if we could go to 109, please. We'll take care of all the number talk ones all at once. And then we'll go back.
Number 21 was mine, and it's also related. I don't know if...
Would you like me to go to
let's go to 108. I'm sorry, what was that?
I just wanted to know which number to go to, so I think you said 108.
Okay. It turns out it was not 109. Is there anyone who has a question about this or does not want it to go through, who wants to speak to it? I see no hands, so we're voting on comment number 109, please.
We have 13 yeses and 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, thank you. And then you said number 21 also is a number talk item?
It doesn't say number talks, but it's the same idea of including other routines. So okay. It was my comment. I just said I'd like to see more examples for other routines, and I just gave one example might be routines for reasoning.
All right, so we'll vote on number 21 unless anyone has a question. I see no hands. All right, so please vote on 21, and then we'll go back to going in order.
We're waiting for one vote. We have 13 yeses and 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, thank you. All right, and then if we can go back to the top of the page, please. All right. Comment number 4, using then as a transition word. And I see no hands for comments on this one, so let's vote on number 4, please.
We have 13 no's and 3 I can live with it.
No consensus.
All right, comment number 5, include a specific definition of reasoning. Are there any comments or questions on this one? Lori.
there a reason why we went over number 2 and number 3?
They were not highlighted pink, I don't think.
That is correct.
Did I miss them?
No,
Okay.
that is correct. The pink highlights, again, these are your highest priority comments as marked by the committee. So that's why we are tackling these first.
Thank you.
All right. And I think we're ready to vote on number 5, please, if you want that one to move to the writers.
We're waiting for one vote. We have 14 yeses and 2 I can live with it.
Consensus?
All right, thank you. And the next one is comment number 9. All right, is there anyone who has a question about this one? I see no hands, so we will vote on number 9, please.
$13 yes, 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Thank you. All right, comment number 13. Any concerns about this one that you'd like addressed? Erin?
My only question was there's 2 different directives in here. Which one are we voting on?
Let's see. We can split them into an A and a B. So the first sentence would be part A. Is that where you see the break?
That makes sense, Diane. I think there's 2 action verbs there, or 2 instances.
Yeah.
So one could be an A and the other could be a B.
Okay. So 13A will be the first sentence to add commentary about how to engage English learners, emerging bilingual students. Yes, that one would be A. And then the rest of the comment would be part B. So let's vote on the part that's highlighted right now, part A, please.
We have 16 yeses.
Consensus.
All right. And then is there anyone who needs any concerns addressed for the second part of that comment? I see no hands, so we will vote on the second part of the comment, please.
$11 yes, 1 no, and 4 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, thank you. All right, comment number 36. Is there anyone who has concerns to share about that one? I see no hands, so we'll vote on 36, please.
Pardon?
We have 8 yes, 4 no, and 4 I can live with it. There's consensus.
Honor the pink.
Yes.
Consent.
Thank you. And comment number 40. Any questions or concerns about this one? Hopefully somebody Googled Copernican universe so that we know that we're making the right recommendation. All right, I'm going to assume that what is on the page there is correct as far as being factually right. So let's vote on comment number 40, please.
Yes, and 2, I can live with it.
Consent.
Comment number 43. Any concerns to address for that one? Christina?
I just wanted to mention that comment 43 is actually addressed in comment 44, which is being put forward. So comment 44 is to rephrase the sentence, which is sort of what 43 is saying.
Okay. Lisa, I believe that was yours. Do you want to just withdraw it since another one is already moving forward?
Yes, that would, in fact, you beat me to it. I was just going to say you can remove that comment altogether.
All right. Is there any objection to removing the comment? All right. So that comment will be struck through.
Struck through. Yes, struck through.
Thank you. Talking about calling out this particular piece of information. Any concerns with this one? I see no hands, so we will vote on comment 49, please.
Yes, 5 no, and 4, I can live with it.
Consent.
Thank you. And comment 58. Any concerns about this one? All right, I see no hands, so we'll vote on number 58, please.
Yes, 11 no, and 2, I can live with it.
11 no. Does not go forward.
Thank you. Number 61. Janet.
It's mine. Can I withdraw it?
You may. Is there anyone who objects to this one being withdrawn? Janet again. Or was that your hand from last time? Oh, Lindsay.
Janet, can I just ask why you're withdrawing it?
I just think that they're going a different way with math practices, and I don't know what they're doing. So I'll wait till the next read.
All right, so that one will be struck through. And comment 67. Any concerns to address with this one? I see no hands, so we will vote on number 67, please.
7 yes, 4 no, 5 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Thank you. Number 68. So if you're able to scroll up just a little bit. Perfect. Thank you. Are there any concerns or questions about this one? I see no hands, so we will vote on number 68, please.
Seven yes, 9 I can live with it.
Consensus. Diane?
Yes.
I'd like to just address something. The comment that was not approved just a minute ago has a red highlight. We need to make sure it has a strike through so that you don't confuse it with the other reds that you still have to bring up. So I'd like to go back to that. Do you recall is it 50?
It's 58. I just did it.
Kyle, you got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any others that fall into that category? Because I can go back and do them. I don't recall.
Oh,
I don't think there were.
Denise is checking.
Number 4 was a no, but I don't know if
Number 4.
that's through or red.
Yes, this was a no vote just a little while ago. Thank you, Denise. Okay, I think we are good now.
All right. And any comments or questions on this one? No hands, so we will vote on 72.
Diane? Line 178 is directly from the standards, from what I understand. It's not a writer's choice. It's literally cut and pasted from standards.
Correct.
We can edit that.
It's not passed.
It looks like it was almost all no votes. So
Okay.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
No, 3 I can live with it.
So that is a red with the strike through. Thank you.
And comment 77. Any questions or concerns about this one? I see no hands, so we will vote on number 77, please.
$12 yes, 1 no, and 3 I can live with it.
Yes. 81.
All right, thank you. And are there any comments or concerns about 81? I see no hands, so please vote for 81, whether you want that one to move forward.
One yes, 12 no, 3 I can live with it.
Do not have consent. Does not move forward.
All right, number 83, please. Just checking to make sure it really does look like one comment. And Christina?
I was actually going to say it looks like two comments. So the first part is changing a word. The second part is asking for an example.
I see that now. All right, so we'll split this one into two. All right, anyone who has a question or concern about either of these? All right, so we will vote on the first part, which is the first line there, to replace privilege with expect. If you would please vote on that one.
Two yes, 12 no, and 2 I can live with that.
Don't have consensus.
All right, and then the part that's listed under A for an example. Is there anyone who wishes to ask about this one? I see no hands, so please vote on the A portion of number 83.
$12 yes, 1 no, and 3 I can live with it.
Consensus.
Thank you. Number 87. Christina.
So I just wanted to say that the steps 1, 2, and or 3 that it's referring to is actually the steps that are listed on page 5. So I don't know if a note to this would be to refer them back to that.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, let's go ahead and vote on number 87, please.
We're waiting on 9 yes, 5 no, and 2 I can live with it.
9 yes. Consent.
All right, number 90. Rebecca.
Yes, that was my comment, and I apologize. I had no detail in what I was expecting or wanting the writers to do. I apologize for that. But anyway, just to kind of explain what I was thinking in my original comment, what I meant by the awkwardness is that it doesn't really explain what's going on as far as like from the teacher point of view and the student point of view. So what I would like to see, or what I should have said originally, there's two parts to this. One, addressing to the teachers the importance of open-endedness and that how it could change a problem, and then also the choice of numbers. Like, why did you choose 8? Why 36? Why not 5? So maybe just instead of just putting in parentheses or 36, maybe explain the rationale behind it.
Okay, so you would like to to edit your comment?
Yes.
For explanation? Okay.
Please let me know if that does not capture what was said.
It does. So just bringing up the open-endedness and the choice of numbers so that students can see structure and patterns. how important that choice of number is. It's not, we're not just throwing out any random number. The numbers we're choosing are going to be for, you know, a purpose. We're going to use that to, in some sort of way.
All right, any additional comments or questions about this one? All right, so we will vote on number 90, please.
And yes, 2 no, and 4 I can live with it.
Consent.
All right, number 97. What does familiar mathematical context mean? Is there anyone who has a question or concern about this one?
Is that Bernadette's?
I see. Oh, there we go. Christina.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure what the action would be for the writers in this comment. Do we mean define that, or so it's not actionable?
Maybe Bernadette could address that. Is that what you were looking for, Bernadette?
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying it. My question of, true, yeah. I would request for our writers to define what that phrase means.
All right, and Dr. Ford has a comment.
I was just going to say what comes to mind is to change that to a mathematical context with which the students are already familiar, or something like that.
Thank you.
It's a descriptive thing, not intended to be a new term.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? All right, let's vote on number 97, please.
We have 9 yes and 7 I can live with it.
Consensus.
All right, comment number 108. Any comments or concerns about this one? All right, I see no hands, so we'll vote on number 108, please.
We're waiting for 2 votes. We have 1 yes, 11 no's, and 3 I can live with it.
Does not have consensus.
Thank you. Number 111. And Christina.
Just in our group, we decided that anything that seemed like edits with like the text edits, we just decided not to put those forward because we know those will go through in the editing process.
Thank you. All right, I see no other hands, so we'll vote on 111, please.
We're waiting for 1 vote. And we have 16 no.
16 no.
All right, number 112. Change they to students. Any questions or comments on this one? And I see no hands, so we'll vote on 112, please.
2 yes and 14 no.
Does not have consensus.
Thank you. Number 114. Questions or comments on this one? And there are no hands, so we'll vote on number 114, please.
No.
It does not have consensus to move forward.
Thank you. Comment number 123. Need more examples in this section. Rebecca.
I highlighted this pink because I wanted to add specific comments to this. So I was hoping that maybe you could add in some bullet points or however you want to do it is fine with me. But that section is so short, but it's so important about students abstracting and generalizing from observed regularity and structure. So what I want to see added is work from the book reference or reference from the book How People Learn, or they talk about controlled changes. Just because I think it's important to highlight here for teachers the importance of structural analysis. We need students to notice the structural changes instead of just looking for an answer. So we just need to expand that a bit and maybe even include something like what does this mean for a teacher? So what would a teacher be doing during if a student was abstracting and generalizing? What would a student be doing? What might a principal, if they walked in, what might they see? So just more detail.
And Dr. Ford.
I'm just hoping that specific reference that Rebecca just gave can get in the note.
It was How People Learn.
And that's the name of a book, yes?
Yeah, that's the actual name of it, How People Learn.
And they actually have a second edition now, so our second one.
All right, any other comments for 123? I see no hands, so we will vote on 123, please.
Yes.
Consensus?
Thank you. And 136. Line 427.
This is my comment. I'm fine striking it since we addressed mathematical context in a previous comment.
All right. Is there anyone who objects to striking this one? And I see no hands, so we will strike 136. And Lori, I'm going to make 139 my last one and turn off my alarm, and then you're up after this one. So 139, example after line 448. Stephanie.
So I see that comment 140 has already passed through, and it's basically saying the same thing, but gave a specific place to grab other examples from.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we talk about in the alpha group as well, that's the 139 or 140 has been addressed.
All right. So then are you okay with striking 139? Is that where you want to go with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone who objects to striking 139? All right, there are no hands, so we will strike that one. And I will turn it over to Lori to facilitate the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, Okay, so we're 153. I'm just going to speak quickly to my group. I think this was an edit that we, and at least in the alpha group, decided to go ahead and strike just because it was an edit. Does anyone else want to speak to this comment? Okay, seeing no hands, do we want to move it forward as a yes vote or strike it as a no vote?
No.
That is correct. A red with a strike through.
Now we're at 162. I believe we've already addressed this before, but just in case, is there anyone that would want to speak to this? Okay. I'm seeing no hands, so if we want to send it forward as a yes vote, strike as a no vote.
Four yes, 10 no, 2 I can live with it.
No consensus to move it forward. Red with a strike through.
Okay.
Was there a question?
Well, that one already had consensus on another thing. So were people just voting no because it has already gone through?
Good question. So here's the clarification. If you remember, items 127 through 184, I believe, that section you had not consented to yet. So these uncolored items were not necessarily automatically consented. That's why when the pink highlight came in, there was still no consensus on the highlighted comments here.
Thank you for clarifying.
I just remember at the very beginning, we did some that we grouped together, like 109 and so forth, were all about the number talks.
So I just didn't know if people thought that it was referring to the same thing and it had already been passed through. So that's why they were writing to strike it out. That's all.
I think that's why. I mean, I can speak for myself only. That's why I did.
But it's a different section.
Okay, so we're on 168. Would anyone like to speak to 168? Okay, so seeing no hands, if we could go ahead and vote.
Ten yes, 4 no, 2 I can live with it.
There's consent.
Okay, so we're looking now at 169. Anyone like to speak to it? Okay, vote.
Eight yes, 6 no, and 2 I can live with it.
Okay.
Consensus. Okay. You have completed the pink comments. So Lori, you will begin now with the red comments that did not reach consensus in the small groups, and those are noted by just having the red highlight, no strike through. So the first one is number 6.
Okay, so just for clarification, so we're voting whether we want to keep them red.
That's correct.
Or we want to put them through, correct?
Right, to change it to green, basically.
Okay. So a yes vote is to change it to green and a no vote is to keep it red?
I know this is tricky with the double negatives, but the recommendation here is to eliminate it.
Yes.
So the recommendation is to eliminate it. So your vote is, do you agree with eliminating it? If you say yes, it gets eliminated. If you say no, it does not.
Okay. So we're looking at number 6. So a yes vote means we are going to keep it red and eliminate it. A no vote means we're going to put it through. So we're voting on number 6. Would anyone, okay, so I already have votes. So I'm going to assume no one wants to speak to it.
$13 yes and 3 no.
Okay, red with a strike through. $18, Lori. Oh, did we lose? Did we lose our feed? Yeah. That's their talking. Just lost the shared
One
screen.
moment, we just lost our feed, our live feed.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by pound sign again. 6, 3.
They know we lost our feed?
Yeah, they know.
Please enter the meeting pass.
Switch active view.
Yep, UCLA.
Nice.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I believe we are back. Lori, can you hear me?
Okay, and we're back in business.
We're back in business. Lori, can you hear me?
So we're looking at number 18. Christina, did you want to speak to that one?
Lori?
Yeah, again, it's posed as a question. So I was just curious what the specific ask would be of the writers before I.
And I think as I explained it to the author group a while ago, that I now understood the point as to why they focus on the 3rd, the 7, and the 8. That's why that was struck in our group.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and you're wanting to withdraw the comment?
I am willing to withdraw the comment.
Okay. Is there any opposition to her withdrawing the comment? Okay, seeing none, then I guess we'll strike through that comment.
That is correct. 22.
Okay. Would anyone like to, Christina?
So this was my comment, and actually same thing as Bernadette in our group. I said that I would be willing to withdraw the comment. because it felt more like editing.
Okay. So any opposition to it being withdrawn? Okay. All right. So we'll go, seeing no opposition, we'll go ahead and withdraw that.
And it gets struck through. So then we go.
That was that 22? I apologize.
22.
Yes.
We'll go to 27.
I'll just speak to this. I believe, again, the use of there may be the gender neutral pronoun.
Yeah, so I was moving to withdraw it again. In our group, we decided to withdraw it because, again, it was some editing.
Editing, okay. So any opposition to Christina withdrawing? Okay, seeing no opposition, we'll go ahead and strike through.
Ninety-six, Lori?
Okay. Would anyone like to speak as to why we would like to this comment? Okay, Rebecca?
I'm a little confused right now because right now it's red, but my vote is I don't want that to be red.
Okay.
I think I agree that it would be important. It might be important to stay away from the right versus wrong.
Okay. All right, Lindsay?
In this context, they're talking, just to be clear, so I totally get the right or wrong regardless, but just so in this context, it's like, is it accurate that that's what you said? It's not like, are you right or wrong about your thinking or about the problem? I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
This is Bernadette. Oh,
go ahead, Bernadette.
I'm with Rebecca. And again, I get what that was meant as to whether was it? Yeah, Iggy was saying. Oh my gosh, what line was that? 267. But I think I offered something like instead of using the word right, what if a phrase like is that what you did? Just so to move away from the notion of the right wrong binary thinking that we have.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, so remember, a yes vote keeps it red, and no vote makes it green. See why our group, it was an editing issue. That's why we made it red. Anybody else would like to comment?
Well, that would also include 129 and 132, right?
Yeah, and 132 is already, yeah, it's for 129 too. No, 129 is a word choice, So we're just looking at Lori Fury, you had a question?
Yeah, that's my comment. I can withdraw it.
Okay. Any opposition to it being withdrawn? Okay, then it is withdrawn. We're looking at 129 now. Lori?
This is a similar kind of judgment word comment as the previous one we voted on. So I would like to keep this comment if we could.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, remember, a yes vote keeps it red, a no vote makes it green. And if we could go ahead and vote.
15 no, and 1 I can live with it.
Okay, it becomes green. 135.
135, as Rebecca pointed out, we made it red because it was all edits.
I can withdraw it. It was mine.
Okay. Diane, did you have something to say?
We had a conversation in our group that we actually stopped highlighting things like this red because we were worried if we were the only group that did, then we'd have to talk about all of them.
And I didn't know we would have to talk about all of them. So, and that's okay. So, it's a withdrawn comment. Is that right, Erin?
Yeah, you can withdraw it.
Okay. So unless I'm seeing opposition in the next second, we're going to withdraw it. Okay. So it is withdrawn.
38.
Same thing. It's an edit. Do we need to speak? Does anybody want to speak to it? Okay, then if we could just do a real quick vote. A yes keeps it red, a no.
$16 yes.
16 yes. Consensus to keep it red.
Okay, 141 is another edit. If there's no discussion, we can go ahead and vote.
$16 yes.
16 yes to remove it. And Kyle, if we could get the strike through on the last two. 138 and 141. 142, Lori.
Okay, so 142, this did in our group about removing the word slightly change the meaning of the sentence. Would anybody like to speak with this? Okay, so if we can go ahead and vote. Remember, yes means keep it red. A no means to make it green.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I'm confused.
Okay, so a yes vote keeps it red. A no vote makes it green.
$12 yes, 4 no.
12 yes to keep it red.
Okay. 145 edit is
144, Lori.
is an I'm sorry. 144. I believe the discussion in our group was actually to change the word base function to a parent function, since we felt that parent function was more commonly used, and nobody had heard of atomic function. So, so maybe we could add to that. The suggested change is from atomic to parent. Eris, this is yours. I'm sorry, I'm going a little fast since we already have this conversation. If you want to jump in, since it's your comment, please, please do.
Yep. That's perfect what you just said, so I agree with you.
Okay. So remember, a yes keeps it red, a no makes it green.
$16
16 no, it becomes green.
Okay. 145 is an edit. So if we could vote, please.
16 yes.
16 yes to keep it red.
145. Does anyone want to speak to this?
146.
Okay, Eris. I'm sorry, 146. 146, sorry.
I just think it's important to have a little picture for this, because just with the formula, I don't think if parents are reading this or teachers read this, they're going to know what that formula is just off the top of their head. A small little picture would probably bring it back into the memory pretty fast. You know, F is what the faces, the vertices, and the edges. Otherwise, it's just some formula they're going to have to look up anyway if they're going to make sense of it.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? So a yes vote keeps it red and no vote makes it green.
Three yes, 13 no.
13 no to move it forward. Yep. $170.
Okay. Line 70, include definitions of proof by contradiction and proof by induction. This is my comment. I just thought it might be helpful for people to actually know exactly what is meant by those, since they're an addition to our standards. Okay. Anybody else want to speak to that? Okay, Eris?
I was just thinking, is there a short definition for either one of those?
That is a very good question. Okay, Diane?
I was the one who asked to have it highlighted red because I think if you're a math teacher reading this, you don't need the definition. And if you're not a math teacher, you probably need to go searching for a whole lot more information.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so can we go ahead and vote? Remember, yes keeps it red, no makes it green.
$11 yes, 4 no, and 1 I can live with it.
Consensus to remove it, to strike it red, to strike it. Okay, that concludes the red comments. So now we'll go back up to the top and you begin your discussion on the yellow highlights. And just a reminder in terms of process and time, we have approximately 20 minutes remaining, so you will get through the number of yellow comments that you get in that time, and then anything that that you get to will not move on to the writers.
So I'm going to say, just like Diane did, if you agree with the comment, not to say I don't want to hear everyone speak their mind, but maybe if you agree, you don't have to voice your agreement. Okay, so we're looking at number 2. Okay, Lori Fury.
I'm pretty sure that we are going to have this at some point, so I don't think that we need to pass this on.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, just for clarification, a yes vote now turns it green. So if you vote yes, we're pushing it forward. If you vote no, it becomes red. So yes for green, no for red. All right, and vote.
Five yes, 9 no, and 1 I can live with it.
That was 5 yes. So, well, is Bernadette still with us? Bernadette still there? She's not. Then let me take a look. So again, we're looking for plurality out of 15, because now we have 15 members currently active. Bernadette did have another commitment. So we are looking for 10 votes. 6 of those have to be yes. 4 can be I can live with it, but a minimum of 6 yes. And so again, could you read the vote total, Denise?
No, 5 yes, 9 no, and 1 I can live with it.
Okay, we did not meet the threshold for consensus, so that one becomes red.
Okay, number 3. Would anyone like to speak to number 3? Okay, seeing no hands, if we could go ahead and vote.
$14 yes and 1 no.
Consensus to move it forward?
I think that yellow is part of the green.
This is part of 9, wasn't it? So
Yes.
I think we're done with this one. So 12.
Okay. Anyone like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Lindsay?
Can I just ask Janet what she means by this specifically?
I was just going to raise my hand and say, I don't even know what I mean by this. So could we just strike it? Because I don't know what I was thinking. Strike it, please.
Okay. So if there's no objection to striking it, I'll go ahead and have it struck, turned red, strike through red. And while they're doing that, we can look down at number 14. Would anyone like to speak to that? Okay. Seeing no hands, if we'd like to vote.
$12 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Consent to move it forward?
Okay, number 15 is mine. I'm fine just striking through it if no one cares. Okay. So seeing no objections, we'll just go ahead and take out number 15.
We will strike that. 26.
Okay. Cole?
Yeah, I just kind of thought that it didn't really even talk about this idea of open number lines or number lines hardly at all until we got to the high school section. And so I'm just wondering if it should be talked about much earlier in this chapter, given that some teachers may not get to that part of the chapter.
Okay. All right, Lindsay?
I think that we had addressed that in the number sense chapter, that we had brought in the open number line into elementary and looked at how that would progress into high school. And so I felt like that already existed. And so I didn't know if we wanted to repeat it or if it was sufficient in that chapter.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? All right. Dr. Lindemann?
Yes, Lindsay, correct. There is a progression of the number line. I don't know necessarily that it's always about the open number line, but there's a progression of the number line brought in as a learning strategy and throughout all of the grades up through high school.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
$12 no and 3 I can live with it.
Okay, does not move forward.
Okay, number 29.
That was my comment. Can remove it. We can strike it. That's fine with me.
Okay. If there's no objection, we'll go ahead and strike that. Okay, number 30. Anyone like to speak to number 30? Okay, Erin?
I was just confused what exactly you're asking for there. Two squares linked together. I wasn't following what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay, would you like to clarify?
Yeah, I just meant two boxes. I just like in the first framework, when the standard came out, that was so missed that it was supposed to be like two equal things, and 50% of our, we're supposed to have them together. And so just having that, showing that visual with like two boxes and having like the content standards, the math practices, and like this whole thing is our math instruction kind of thing.
Erin, does that clarify for you?
I did take some liberties and start typing. Let me know if I did it justice or not.
Okay, so it has been edited, so if you could maybe take a look at that, does that seem clearer? Okay, Christina?
Are you almost seeing it kind of like, I'm thinking of like a balance, like that kind of a diagram where you're showing like, I need to be doing both of these with, equal intensity. Is that the point you're trying to go for there?
Yes.
Okay, so I see Erin's clapping, so I'm assuming that means I'm going to take that as she gets it. So, okay, all right. If there's no other comments, let's go ahead and vote. I really like the scale.
$13 yes, and 2 I can live with it.
Okay, consensus.
Number 39. Would anyone like to speak to 39?
This one, actually, I had, in my group, I asked for it to be withdrawn just because now we have chapter 2. And so, yeah.
Okay. So, without objection, we'll withdraw it. And then if we can start focusing on number 41. All right, Rebecca?
I'm just wondering if you could really quickly delete my initials at the end because I didn't flag that.
Okay. Any other comments on this? Okay, seeing no hands, if we could go ahead and vote, move it forward. So a yes is to move forward, a no is to strike.
$15 no.
Okay, does not move forward.
Okay, number 42. I don't remember why I flagged it. I'm not sure about the action. That's it. Erin?
I would have flagged it if you didn't because I've considered putting the formula. It was talking about a sequence, and there's many formulas that can be found for that. And so I think by putting in a formula as the right one sends a poor message.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we'd like to vote on that.
No.
Okay, does not move forward.
These are all my questions. Okay, 45. Any comments? Okay, Eris?
I just think when you say there's well-documented evidence, that you should probably have some evidence of that instead of just saying it's true. That's all I think is missing there.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Like the sentence says there is a well-documented evidence of this and this, but then it gives absolutely no evidence in that sentence or document. It gives no links to anything. So I don't know what the evidence is. It just says that there's evidence.
Okay, so you're actually asking for documentation. Okay, Erin?
That documentation is being asked for in 46. So can we strike 45?
Perfect. Would you be okay with that, Eris?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, so we'll strike 45. Christina, did you have an objection to striking that? Okay. All right, and now we're on to 46, which we're asking for the citation to the evidence. Are we okay? So let's go ahead and vote.
Yes, and 5, I can live with it.
Consensus?
Okay, we're at 51. Christina?
I just thought the sentence starting in line 92 stood out to me. 6 years later, the same discrepancy was reflected in the fact that 19 of 20 topics rated by college faculty as most important, etc. Just for me as a high school teacher, I would want to know what the college faculty are rating really important. So I just thought like a little table or an image there that shows those topics would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and okay, so if we could go ahead and vote on that.
Yes, and 5, I can live with it.
Okay. Okay, the next one is mine, and I even noticed a typo in it, but I think it was just, I think when I remember reading this, I had some challenge like with connecting the survey and when the survey was given. So I think it was just about clarity for me, but I will honestly withdraw it if we put in number 51, since number 51 went through. Okay. All right, so we'll strike through that and on to line 50, on to number 54. Would anyone like to speak to this? Okay. I'm sorry, was someone going to speak? Eris, did you want to speak?
No, sorry.
Okay. Seeing no one like to speak, we'll go ahead and vote.
One yes, 11, I can live with it, and I'm sorry, 1 yes, 11 no's, and 3, I can live with it.
Does not move forward.
Number 55.
That was mine. Since it's more of an edit, I'm gonna ask to have it stricken.
Okay, if no one has a problem, we'll go ahead and strike through 55. So seeing no opposition.
Okay, and as I scroll down, Lori and committee members, I just want to let you know that we actually do have a little bit of a margin here, so we can go all the way to 4:55. It's 4:47 now, so another 8 or so minutes.
Okay. So we're looking at number 60. That's just an edit. I'm willing to withdraw 60. Which is, I think, why a lot of these got highlighted. Okay, and moving on. Okay, so we're 63C. Janet?
So that's mine. I didn't understand what they were doing with the math practices in this, and so I will strike that comment.
Okay. Okay. 63D and E basically ask for the same thing about SMP 3.1, which is unique to California. So if we can just maybe think about these two together. Christina?
I was just going to comment that it is actually defined in 153, and I know further down. So that is fleshed out in more detail later. But I know
Okay.
during first read at that point in the document, you might not know that that was coming.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments?
Yeah, D was mine. I can take that out. I think it was Christina that just said, as I read further on into it, it was like, oh, okay. I had just never seen that one before the 3.1. So I can take that out, or we can, whatever you guys want to do with that. I'm good striking it.
The next one's mine. So based on Christina's comment, I'm willing to withdraw mine as well.
So both D and E
are withdrawn. Okay, looking at 66. Any conversation on edit 66 or suggested edit 66? Stephanie?
So 66, maybe it was confusing because it kind of goes with 67.
Okay.
67 passed, so there would be a figure or box. So then it would just be referencing that.
Okay, so you're asking to withdraw it since 67 already went through? Is that?
You cut out, I didn't, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So are you saying that since 66 is the same as 67?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it would be, since it passed, yeah, I don't think it would hurt to, you know what I mean? Like maybe it should have been, that comment should have been afterwards, because now this box is added and then there's no reference to it above.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I think. Sorry. Okay, Christina?
I think to clarify, since those two comments were both made by Stephanie, that she was assuming there would be a figure. So she would want to say, let's see, after the classroom culture, see figure below, so that there's a connection to why this this list of norms is appearing in that spot.
Okay.
She's supposed to refer to it in the text.
Yes, okay. Thank you. That's exactly perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on this? Okay. Can we go ahead and have a vote?
13 yes and 2 I can live with.
Consensus. And we have, this is, I believe, part of 76, which was struck, so I don't think we need to discuss this. Is that correct, Lori?
Yeah, that's how I'm reading it. It is.
So 80.
Okay. Any conversation on 80? Okay. Go ahead and vote.
$13 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Consensus to move it forward.
Okay, 82. Okay, Stephanie?
It's a bit wordy. I think what I was trying to get at is, I don't know, it's been a while. Based on such as number line. I can withdraw it. I don't know. Is anybody?
It's up to you.
I think it's late and my brain is tired, so I'm trying to. We can leave it and vote on it as is.
Okay, so let's go ahead. If there's no other comments, Lindsay?
I was just going to say, if it helps, we did pass a thing to add an example for that and like how it would do harm to to their thinking to encourage the abstract thing, if that helps, because I don't know if that's kind of where you were getting at, like this isn't enough, and so that supports it as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for remembering that. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote if we want to put this through.
One yes, 12 no's, and 2 I can live with it.
Does not move forward. And we have a time check 4:54. Director Coates, final one.
Okay, 91. I'm sorry. I'm lost my thought right there. Okay, so do we want to go ahead and vote on number 91?
$14 no, and 1 I can live with it.
So I believe that'll be our last comment for the day.
Great. Thank you, Lori. So congratulations on your work yesterday and today. You successfully navigated, and I would say even conquered, our second virtual meeting, third CFCC. And I also just want to take the time to thank Seaford staff, because Seaford staff has been behind the scenes, facilitating, working to make sure that things flow smoothly. And so thank you, Seaford. Just to give you an idea of your accomplishments over the last few days, out of 374 total submitted comments, you are moving forward, and it's an approximate, but approximately 300 comments, and 130 of those approximately you have discussed in detail. And so not only that, but we've tested and refined a new process that we utilized for chapters 1, 2, and 8, which will serve as our model going forward for our additional meetings. So thank you so much for that. We will also send out a survey again today to ask for your feedback. So you will be receiving that. Please do complete it. And just to give you an idea of a look ahead, our next meeting dates are September 23rd through 24th. And there we will review 2 more grade level chapters, as well as the technology and distance learning chapter. So we will plan to send you the meeting materials that you need during the week following Labor Day, so September 7th through 11th, if not sooner. I'll pause now just to see if there are any questions before we close out. Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. We will see you in September.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.